The American Invasion by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A terrible danger is hanging over the Americans in London. Their future and their reputation this season depends entirely on the success of Buffalo Bill and Mrs. Brown Potter. The former is certain to draw, for English people are far more interested in American barbarism than they are in American civilization. When they sight Sandy Hook, they look to the rifles and ammunition, and after dining once at Delmonico's, start off for Colorado or California, for Montana or the Yellowstone Park. Rocky Mountains charm them more than riotous millionaires. They have been known to prefer buffaloes to Boston. Why should they not? The cities of America are inexpressibly tedious. The Bostonians take their learning too sadly. Culture with them is an accomplishment rather than an atmosphere. Their hub, as they call it, is the paradise of prigs. Chicago is a sort of monster shop, full of bustle and bores. Political life at Washington is like political life in a suburban vestry. Baltimore is amusing for a week, but Philadelphia is dreadfully provincial, and though one can dine in New York, one could not dwell there. Better the far West, with its grizzly bears and its untamed cowboys, its free open-air life and its free open-air manners, its boundless prairie and its boundless mendacity. This is what Buffalo Bill is going to bring to London, and we have no doubt that London will fully appreciate his show. With regard to Mrs. Brown Potter, as acting is no longer considered absolutely essential for success on the English stage, there is really no reason why the pretty, bright-eyed lady who charmed us all last June by her merry laugh and her nonchalant ways should not, to borrow an expression from her native language, make a big boom and paint the town red. We sincerely hope she will, for on the whole the American invasion has done English society a great deal of good. American women are bright, clever, and wonderfully cosmopolitan. Their patriotic feelings are limited to an admiration for Niagara and a regret for the elevated railway. And, unlike the men, they never bore us with Bunker's Hill. They take their dresses from Paris and their manners from Piccadilly, and wear both charmingly. They have a quaint pertness, a delightful conceit, a native self-assertion. They insist on being paid compliments, and have almost succeeded in making Englishmen eloquent. For our aristocracy they have an ardent admiration. They adore titles, and are a permanent blow to republican principles. In the art of amusing men they are adepts, both by nature and education, and can actually tell a story without forgetting the point, an accomplishment that is extremely rare amongst the women of other countries. It is true that they lack repose, and that their voices are somewhat harsh and strident when they first land at Liverpool. But after a time one gets to love those pretty whirlwinds in petticoats that sweep so recklessly through society, and are so agitating to all duchesses who have daughters. There is something fascinating in their funny, exaggerated gestures, and their petulant way of tossing the head. Their eyes have no magic nor mystery in them, but they challenge us for combat, and when we engage we are always worsted. Their lips seem made for laughter, and yet they never grimace. As for their voices, they soon get them into tune. Some of them have been known to acquire a fashionable drawl in 2 seasons, and after they have been presented to royalty, they all roll their R's as vigorously as a young equerry or an old lady in waiting. Still, they never really lose their accent. It keeps peeping out here and there, and when they chatter together they are like a bevy of peacocks. Nothing is more amusing than to watch two American girls greeting each other in a drawing-room or in the Row. They are like children with their shrill staccato cries of wonder, their odd little exclamations. Their conversation sounds like a series of exploding crackers. They are exquisitely incoherent, and use a sort of primitive, emotional language. After 5 minutes they are left beautifully breathless, and look at each other half in amusement and half in affection. If a stolid young Englishman is fortunate enough to be introduced to them, he is amazed at their extraordinary vivacity, their electric quickness of repartee, their inexhaustible store of curious catchwords. He never really understands them, for their thoughts flutter about with the sweet irresponsibility of butterflies. But he is pleased and amused, and feels as if he were in an aviary. On the whole, American girls have a wonderful charm, and perhaps the chief secret of their charm is that they never talk seriously except about amusements. They have, however, one grave fault: their mothers. Dreary as were those old Pilgrim Fathers who left our shores more than 2 centuries ago to found a New England beyond the seas, the Pilgrim mothers who have returned to us in the 19th century are drearier still. Here and there, of course, there are exceptions, but as a class they are either dull, dowdy, or dyspeptic. It is only fair to the rising generation of America to state that they are not to blame for this. Indeed, they spare no pains at all to bring up their parents properly, and to give them a suitable, if somewhat late, education. From its earliest years, every American child spends most of its time in correcting the faults of its father and mother, and no one who has had the opportunity of watching an American family on the deck of an Atlantic steamer, or in the refined seclusion of a New York boarding-house, can fail to have been struck by this characteristic of their civilization. In America, the young are always ready to give to those who are older than themselves the full benefits of their inexperience. A boy of only 11 or 12 years of age will firmly but kindly point out to his father his defects of manner or temper, will never weary of warning him against extravagance, idleness, late hours, unpunctuality, and the other temptations to which the aged are so particularly exposed, and sometimes, should he fancy that he is monopolizing too much of the conversation at dinner, will remind him across the table of the new child's adage: parents should be seen, not heard. Nor does any mistaken idea of kindness prevent the little American girl from censuring her mother whenever it is necessary. Often, indeed, feeling that a rebuke conveyed in the presence of others is more truly efficacious than one merely whispered in the quiet of the nursery. She will call the attention of perfect strangers to her mother's general untidiness, her want of intellectual Boston conversation, immoderate love of iced water and green corn, stinginess in the matter of candy, ignorance of the usage of the best Baltimore society, bodily ailments, and the like. In fact, it may be truly said that no American child is ever blind to the deficiencies of its parents, no matter how much it may love them. Yet somehow this educational system has not been so successful as it deserved. In many cases, no doubt, the material with which the children had to deal was crude and incapable of real development, but the fact remains that the American mother is a tedious person. The American father is better, for he is never seen in London. He passes his life entirely in Wall Street, and communicates with his family once a month by means of a telegram in cipher. The mother, however, is always with us, and, lacking the quick imitative faculty of the younger generation, remains uninteresting and provincial to the last. In spite of her, however, the American girl is always welcome. She brightens our dull dinner parties for us, and makes life go pleasantly for a season. In the race for coronets she often carries off the prize, but once she has gained the victory, She is generous and forgives her English rivals everything, even their beauty. Warned by the example of her mother that American women do not grow old gracefully, she tries not to grow old at all, and often succeeds. She has exquisite feet and hands, is always bien chaussée et bien gantée, and can talk brilliantly upon any subject, provided that she knows nothing about it. Her sense of humour keeps her from the tragedy of a grande passion, and as there is neither romance nor humility in her love, she makes an excellent wife. What her ultimate influence on English life will be is difficult to estimate at present, but there can be no doubt that of all the factors that have contributed to the social revolution of London, there are few more important, and none more delightful, than the American invasion. End of The American Invasion, by Oscar Wilde. Read by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland.
Declaration of the National Anti-Slavery Convention, by William Lloyd Garrison. The Liberator, December 14, 1833. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The convention, assembled in the city of Philadelphia to organize a national anti-slavery society, promptly seized the opportunity to promulgate the following declaration of sentiments, as cherished by them in relation to the enslavement of 1/6 portion of the American people. More than 57 years have elapsed since a band of patriots convened in this place to devise measures for the deliverance of this country from a foreign yoke. The cornerstone upon which is founded the Temple of Freedom was broadly this: that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. At the sound of that trumpet call, 3 millions of people rose up as from the sleep of death, and rushed to the strife of blood, deeming it more glorious to die instantly as freemen than desirable to live 1 hour as slaves. They were few in number, poor in resources, but the honest conviction that truth, justice, and right were on their side made them invincible. We have met together for the achievement of an enterprise without which that of our fathers is incomplete, and which, for its magnitude, solemnity, and probable results upon the destiny of the world, as far transcends theirs as moral truth does physical force. In purity of motive, in earnestness of zeal, in decision of purpose, in intrepidity of action, in steadfastness of faith, in sincerity of spirit, we would not be inferior to them. Their principles led them to wage war against their oppressors, and to spill human blood like water in order to be free. Ours forbid the doing of evil that good may come, and lead us to reject, and to entreat the oppressed to reject, the use of all carnal weapons for deliverance from bondage, relying solely upon those which are spiritual and mighty through God to the pulling down of strongholds. Their measures were physical resistance, the marshalling in arms, the hostile array, the mortal encounter. Ours are such only as the opposition of moral purity to moral corruption, the destruction of error by the potency of truth, the overthrow of prejudice by the power of love, and the abolition of slavery by the spirit of repentance. Their grievances, great as they were trifling in comparison with the wrongs and sufferings of those for whom we plead. Our fathers were never slaves, never bought and sold like cattle, never shut out from the light of knowledge and religion, never subjected to the last of brutal taskmasters. But those for whose emancipation we are striving, constituting at the present time at least 1/6 part of our countrymen, are recognized by the laws and treated by their fellow beings as marketable commodities, as goods and chattels, as brute beasts, are plundered daily of the fruits of their toil without redress, really enjoy no constitutional nor legal protection from licentious and murderous outrages upon their persons, are ruthlessly torn asunder, the tender babe from the arms of its frantic mother, the heartbroken wife from her weeping husband, at the caprice or pleasure of irresponsible tyrants, and for the crime of having a dark complexion suffer the pangs of hunger, the infliction of stripes, and the ignominy of brutal servitude. They are kept in heathenish darkness by laws expressly enacted to make their instruction a criminal offense. These are the prominent circumstances in the condition of more than 2 millions of our people, the proof of which may be found in thousands of indisputable facts, and in the laws of the slaveholding states. Hence we maintain, that in view of the civil and religious privileges of this nation, the guilt of oppression is unequaled by any other on the face of the earth, and therefore that it is bound to repent instantly, to undo the heavy burden, to break every yoke, and to let the oppressed go free. We further maintain, that no man has a right to enslave or imbrute his brother, to hold or acknowledge him for one moment as a piece of merchandise, to keep back his hire by fraud, or to brutalize his mind by denying him the means of intellectual, social, and moral improvement. The right to enjoy liberty is inalienable. To invade it is to usurp the prerogative of Jehovah. Every man has a right to his own body, to the products of his own labor, to the protection of the law, and to the common advantages of society. It is piracy to buy or steal a native African, and subject him to servitude. Surely the sin is as great to enslave an American as an African. Therefore we believe and affirm that there is no difference in principle between the African slave trade and American slavery; that every American citizen who retains a human being in involuntary bondage is, according to Scripture, a man-stealer; that the slaves ought instantly to be set free, and brought under the protection of law; that if they had lived from the time of Pharaoh down to the present period, and had been entailed through successive generations, their right to be free could never have been alienated, but their claims would have constantly risen in solemnity; that all those laws which are now in force, admitting the right of slavery, are therefore before God utterly null and void, being an audacious usurpation of the divine prerogative, a daring infringement on the law of nature, a base overthrow of the very foundations of the social compact, a complete extinction of all the relations, endearments, and obligations of mankind, and a presumptuous transgression of all the holy commandments, and that, therefore, they ought to be instantly abrogated. We further believe and affirm, that all persons of color who possess the qualifications which are demanded of others, ought to be admitted forthwith to the enjoyment of the same privileges and the exercise of the same prerogatives as others, and that the paths of preferment, of wealth, of intelligence, should be opened as widely to them as to persons of a white complexion. We maintain that no compensation should be given to the planters emancipating their slaves, because it would be a surrender of the great fundamental principle that man cannot hold property in man; because slavery is a crime, and therefore it is not an article to be sold; because the holders of slaves are not the just proprietors of what they claim. Freeing the slaves is not depriving them of property, but restoring it to the right owner. It is not wronging the master, but righting the slave, restoring him to himself. Because immediate and general emancipation would only destroy nominal, not real property, it would not amputate a limb or break a bone of the slaves, but by infusing motives into their breasts, would make them doubly valuable to the masters as free laborers; and, because if compensation is to be given at all, it should be given to the outraged and guiltless slaves, and not to those who have plundered and abused them. We regard as delusive, cruel, and dangerous any scheme of expatriation which pretends to aid, either directly or indirectly, in the emancipation of the slaves, or to be a substitute for the immediate and total abolition of slavery. We fully and unanimously recognize the sovereignty of each state to legislate exclusively on the subject of the slavery which is tolerated within its limits. We concede that Congress, under the present national compact, has no right to interfere with any of the slave states in relation to this momentous subject. But we maintain that Congress has a right, and is solemnly bound, to suppress the domestic slave trade between the several states, and to abolish slavery in those portions of our territory which the Constitution has placed under its exclusive jurisdiction. We also maintain that there are, at the present time, the highest obligations resting upon the people of the free states to remove slavery by moral and political action, as prescribed in the Constitution of the United States. They are now living under a pledge of tremendous physical force, to fasten the galling fetters of tyranny upon the limbs of millions in the Southern States. They are liable to be called at any moment to suppress a general insurrection of the slaves. They authorize the slave owner to vote for 3/5 of his slaves as property, and thus enable him to perpetuate his oppression. They support a standing army at the South for its protection, and they seize the slave who has escaped into their territories, and send him back to be tortured by an enraged master or a brutal driver. This relation to slavery is criminal and full of danger. It must be broken up. These are our views and principles, these our designs and measures. With entire confidence in the overruling justice of God, we plant ourselves upon the Declaration of Independence, and upon the truths of divine revelation, as upon everlasting rock. We shall organize anti-slavery societies, if possible, in every city, town, and village of our land. We shall send forth agents to lift up the voice of remonstrance, of warning, of entreaty, and rebuke. We shall circulate unsparingly and extensively anti-slavery tracts and periodicals. We shall enlist the pulpit and the press in the cause of the suffering and the dumb. We shall aim at the purification of the churches from all participation in the guilt of slavery. We shall encourage the labor of freemen over that of slaves by giving a preference to their productions, and we shall spare no exertions nor means to bring the whole nation to speedy repentance. Our trust for victory is solely in God. We may be personally defeated, but our principles never. Truth, justice, reason, humanity, must and will gloriously triumph. Already a host is coming up to help the Lord against the mighty, and the prospect before us is full of encouragement. Submitting this declaration to the candid examination of people of this country, and of the friends of liberty all over the world, we hereby affix our signatures to it, pledging ourselves that under the guidance and by the help of Almighty God, we will do all that in us lies, consistently with this declaration of our principles, to overthrow the most execrable system of slavery that has ever been witnessed upon earth, to deliver our land from its deadliest curse, to wipe out the foulest stain which rests upon our national escutcheon, and to secure to the colored population of the United States all the rights and privileges which belong to them as men and as Americans, come what may to our persons, our interests, or our reputations, whether we live to witness the triumph of justice, liberty, and humanity, or perish untimely as martyrs in this great, benevolent, and holy cause. End of the Declaration of the National Anti-Slavery Convention, by William Lloyd Garrison. The Liberator, December 14, 1833.
The End of Books, by Octave Uzanne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was in London, about 2 years ago, that the question of the end of books, and their transformation into something quite different, was agitated in a group of book lovers, artists, men of science and of learning, on a memorable evening never to be forgotten by anyone then present. We had met that evening, which happened to be one of the Scientific Fridays of the Royal Society, at a lecture given by Sir William Thomson, the eminent English physicist, professor in the University of Glasgow, universally known for the part he took in the laying of the first transatlantic cable. On this Friday evening, Sir William had announced to his brilliant audience of savants and men of the world that the end of the terrestrial globe and of the human race was mathematically certain to occur in precisely 10 million years. Taking his stand on the theory of Helmholtz, that the sun is a vast sphere in process of cooling, and, by the law of gravity, of shrinking in proportion as it cools, and having estimated the energy of the solar heat as 476 million horsepower to the superficial square foot of its photosphere, Sir William had demonstrated that the radius of the photosphere grows about 1/100th part shorter every 2,000 years, and that it is therefore quite possible to fix the precise hour when its warmth will be insufficient to maintain life on our planet. The great philosopher had surprised us no less by his treatment of the antiquity of the earth, which he showed to be a question of pure mechanics. In the face of geologists and naturalists, he gave it a past history of not more than a score of millions of years, and showed that life had awakened upon earth in the very hour of the sun's birth, whatever may have been the origin of this fecundating star, whether the bursting of a pre-existing world, or the concentration of nebulae formerly diffused. We had left the Royal Institute deeply moved by the great problems which the learned Glasgow professor had taken such pains to resolve scientifically for the benefit of his audience. With minds in pain, almost crushed by the immensity of the figures with which he had been juggling, we were silently walking home, a group of 8 different personalities, philologians, historians, journalists, statisticians, and merely interested men of the world, walking 2 and 2, like creatures half awake, down Albemarle Street and Piccadilly. Edward Lembrook dragged us all into the Junior Athenaeum to supper, and the champagne had no sooner limbered our half-numbed brains than it was who should speak first about Sir William Thomson's lecture and the future destiny of humanity, questions interesting above all others, and usually as varied as the minds of those who discussed them. James Whitmore discoursed at length upon the intellectual and moral predominance which by the end of the next century the younger continents would have over the older ones. He gave us to understand that the old world would little by little give up its claim to omnipotence, and America would lead the van in the march of progress. Oceanica, born only yesterday, would develop superbly, throwing off the mask of its ambitions and taking a prominent place in the universal concert of nations. Africa, he added, that continent ever explored and ever mysterious, where, at a moment's warning, countries of thousands of square miles are discovered, Africa, so painfully won to civilization, does not seem called to play an eminent part, notwithstanding her immense reservoir of men. She will be the granary of other continents. Upon her soil various invading peoples will, by turns, play dramas of small importance. Hordes of men will meet and clash to fight and die there in greedy desire to possess this still virgin soil. But civilization and progress will gain a footing only after thousands of years, when the prosperity of the United States, having reached its zenith, will be drawing toward its decline, and when new and fateful evolutions shall have assigned a new habitat to the new products of human genius. Julius Pollock, gentle vegetarian and learned naturalist, usually a silent boon companion, amused himself by imagining the effect upon human customs of the success of certain interesting chemical experiments transforming the conditions of our social life. Nutriment will then be accurately portioned out in the form of powders, syrups, pellets and biscuits, everything reduced to the smallest possible bulk. No more bakers, butchers or wine merchants then, no more restaurants or grocers, only a few druggists, and everyone thenceforth free, happy, all wants provided for at the cost of a few cents, hunger blotted out from the roll of human woes. Especially the world would cease to be the unclean slaughter-house of peaceful creatures of gruesome larder set forth for the gratification of gluttony, and would become a fair garden, sacred to hygiene and the pleasure of the eye. Life would be respected in both beast and in plants, and over the entrance to this paradise regained, become the colossal museum of the creatures of God, might be written, "Look, but do not touch the exhibits." "That is all Utopia," cried John Poole, the humorist. "The animals, my dear Pollock, will not follow your chemical programme, but will continue to devour one another according to the mysterious laws of creation. The fly will always be the vulture of the microbe, the most harmless bird the eagle of the fly. The wolf will keep on presenting himself with legs of lamb, and the peaceful sheep will continue, as in the past, to be the tiger of the grass. Let us follow the general law, and while awaiting our turn to be devoured, let us devour." Arthur Blackcross, painter and critic of mystical, esoteric and symbolic art, a most refined spirit and founder of the already celebrated School of the Aesthetes of Tomorrow, was urged to tell us in his turn what he thought painting would come to in a century and more from now. I think the few lines which follow accurately sum up his little discourse. "Is what we call modern art really an art?" he cried. "Do not the artists without vocation, who practise it fairly well, with a show of talent, sufficiently prove it to be a trade in which soul is as much lacking as sight? Can we give the name of works of art to 5/6 of the pictures and statues which litter up our annual exhibitions? Can we indeed find many painters or sculptors who are truly original creators? We see nothing but copies of all sorts, copies of old masters accommodated to modern taste, adaptations ever false of epochs forever gone by, trite copies of nature as seen with a photographer's eye, insipid patchwork imitations of frightful war subjects, such as have made Meissonier famous. Nothing new, nothing that takes us out of our own humanity, nothing that transports us elsewhere. And yet it is the duty of art, whether by music, or poetry, or painting, at any cost to carry us beyond ourselves, that for an instant at least we may hover in that sphere of the unreal where'er may take the idealistic aeropathy cure. I verily believe," Blackcross went on, "that the hour is at hand when the whole universe will find itself saturated with pictures, dull landscapes, mythological figures, historic episodes, still life, and all other works soever. The very negroes will have no more of them. In that divine moment, that avenging instant, painting will die of inanition. Governments will perhaps at last perceive their dense folly in not having systematically discouraged the arts as the only practical way of protecting and exalting them. In a few countries, resolved upon a general reform, the ideas of the iconoclasts will prevail, museums will be burned down, that they may no longer influence budding genius, the commonplace in all its forms will be tabooed, that is to say, the reproduction of any tangible thing, of anything that we see, of anything that illustrations, photography, or the theatre can sufficiently well express, and art, at last given back to itself, will be raised aloft into the upper regions of reverie, seeking there its appropriate figures and symbols. Art will then be closed aristocracy, its production will be rare, mystic, devout, loftily personal. It will perhaps command at most 10 or 12 apostles in each generation, with something like 100 ardent disciples to admire and encourage them. Beyond the realm of this abstract art, photography in colours, photogravure, illustrated books will suffice for the gratification of the masses, but exhibitions being interdicted, landscape painters being ruined by photo painting, historical subjects being for the future represented by suggestive models, which at the pleasure of the operator shall express pain, surprise, dejection, terror, or death, all photo painting. In short, having become simply a question of a vast diversity of mechanical processes, a branch of commerce, there will be no painters in the 21st century, but instead of them a few holy men, true fakirs of the ideal and the beautiful, who amidst the silence and incomprehension of the masses will produce masterpieces at last worthy of the name. Slowly, and with minute detail, Arthur Blackcross worked out his vision for the future, not without success, for our recent visit to the Royal Academy had been hardly more cheering than those paid to our two great national bazaars of painting in Paris, at the Champ de Mars and the Champs-Élysées. For a little while we discussed the general ideas of our symbolic friend, and it was the founder of the School of the Aesthetes of Tomorrow himself who changed the course of conversation by an abrupt appeal to me for my literary views and opinions. "Come, my worthy bibliophile, it is your turn to speak. Tell us how it will be with letters, with literature and books 100 years hence. Since we are remodelling the society of the future to suit ourselves this evening, each of us throwing a ray of light into the darkness of the centuries to come, I pray you illuminate certain horizons with a beam from your revolving light." Cries of "Yes, yes," cordial and pressing entreaties followed, and as we were all kindred spirits, and it was pleasant to hear one another think, the atmosphere of this club corner being sympathetic and agreeable, I made no demur, but improvised my discourse as follows. What is my view of the destiny of books, my dear friends? The question is interesting, and fires me all the more because, in good faith, I never put it to myself before this hour. If by books you are to be understood as referring to our innumerable collections of paper, printed, sewed, and bound in a cover announcing the title of the work, I own to you frankly that I do not believe, and the progress of electricity and modern mechanism forbids me to believe, that Gutenberg's invention can do otherwise than sooner or later fall into desuetude as a means of current interpretation of our mental products. Printing, which Rivarol so judiciously called the artillery of thought, and of which Luther said that it is the last and best gift by which God advances the things of the gospel, printing, which has changed the destiny of Europe, and which, especially during the last 2 centuries, has governed opinion through the book, the pamphlet, and the newspaper, printing, which since 1436 has reigned despotically over the mind of man, is, in my opinion, threatened with death by the various devices for registering sound which have lately been invented, and which little by little will go on to perfection. Notwithstanding the enormous progress which has already been made in the printing press, in spite of the already existing composing machines, easy to run and furnishing new characters freshly moulded in movable matrices, it still appears to me that the art in which Fust and Schaeffer, Estienne and Vascosa, Aldus Manutius and Nicholas Jensen successively excelled, has attained its acme of perfection, and that our grandchildren will no longer trust their works to this somewhat antiquated process, now become very easy to replace by phonography, which is yet in its initial stage and of which we have much to hope. There was an uproar of interruption and inquiry among my hearers, astonished "Ohs!" ironical "Ahs!" doubtful "Ehs?" and mingled with a deepening murmur of denial such phrases as "But that's impossible. What do you mean by that?" I had some difficulty in restoring silence enough to permit me to resume my remarks, and explain myself more at length. Let me tell you that the ideas which I am about to open to you are less affirmative that they are not ripened by reflection. I serve them up to you just as they come to me, with an appearance of paradox. However, there is nothing like a paradox for containing truth. The wildest paradoxes of the philosophers of the 18th century are today already partly realised. I take my stand, therefore, upon this incontestable fact, that the man of leisure becomes daily more reluctant to undergo fatigue, that he eagerly seeks for what he calls the comfortable, that is to say, for every means of sparing himself the play and the waste of the organs. You will surely agree with me that reading, as we practise it today, soon brings on great weariness, for not only does it require of the brain a sustained attention which consumes a large proportion of the cerebral phosphates, but it also forces our bodies into various fatiguing attitudes. If we are reading one of our great newspapers, it constrains us to acquire a certain dexterity in the art of turning and folding the sheets. If we hold the paper wide open, it is not long before the muscles of tension are overtaxed. And finally, if we address ourselves to the book, the necessity of cutting the leaves and turning them one after another ends by producing an enervated condition very distressing in the long run. The art of being moved by the wit, the gaiety, and the thought of others must soon demand greater facilities. I believe, then, in the success of everything which will favour and encourage the indolence and selfishness of man. The elevator has done away with the toilsome climbing of stairs. Phonography will probably be the destruction of printing. Our eyes are made to see and reflect the beauties of nature, and not to wear themselves out in the reading of texts. They have been too long abused, and I like to fancy that someone will soon discover the need there is that they should be relieved by laying a greater burden upon our ears. This will be to establish an equitable compensation in our general physical economy. Very well, cried my attentive companions. But the practical side of this? How do you suppose that we shall succeed in making phonograms at once portable enough, light enough, and sufficiently resisting to register long romances, which at present contain 400 or 500 pages, without getting out of order? Upon what cylinders of hardened wax will you stereotype the articles and news items of journalism? Finally, with the aid of what sort of piles will you generate the electric motors of your future phonograph? All this is to be explained, and it does not appear to us easy to make it practical. Nevertheless, it will all be done, I replied. There will be registering cylinders as light as celluloid penholders, capable of containing 500 or 600 words, and working up on very tenuous axles, and occupying no more than 5 square inches. All the vibrations of the voice will be reproduced in them. We shall attain to perfection in this apparatus as surely as we have obtained precision in the smallest and most ornamental watches. As to the electricity, that will often be found in the individual himself. Each will work his pocket apparatus by a fluent current ingeniously set in action. The whole system may be kept in a simple opera-glass case and suspended by a strap from the shoulder. As for the book, or let us rather say, for by that time books will have lived, as for the novel, or the storyograph, the author will become his own publisher. To avoid imitations and counterfeits, he will be obliged, first of all, to go to the Patent Office, there to deposit his voice, and register its lowest and highest notes, giving all the counter-hearings necessary for the recognition of any imitation of his deposit. The government will realise great profits by these patents. Having thus made himself right with the law, the author will talk his work, fixing it upon registering cylinders. He will himself put these patented cylinders on sale. They will be delivered in cases for the consumption of hearers. Men of letters will not be called writers in the time soon to be, but rather narrators. Little by little the taste for style and for pompously decorated phrases will die away, but the art of utterance will take on unheard of importance. Certain narrators will be sought out for their fine address, their contagious sympathy, their thrilling warmth, and the perfect accuracy, the fine punctuation of their voice. The ladies will no longer say in speaking of a successful author, "What a charming writer!" All shuddering with emotion they will sigh, "Ah, how this teller's voice thrills you, charms you, moves you! What adorable low tones, what heart-rending accents of love! When you hear his voice you are fairly exhausted with emotion. There is no ravisher of the ear like him." My friend James Whitmore interrupted me. "And what will become of the libraries, dear friend, and of the books?" "Libraries will be transformed into phonographotheques, or rather phonostereotheques. They will contain the works of human genius on properly labelled cylinders, methodically arranged in little cases, rows upon rows on shelves. The favourite editions will be the autophonographs of artists most in vogue. For example, everyone will be asking for Coquelin's Molière, Irving's Shakespeare, Salvini's Dante, Eleanora Deuce's Dumas Fils, Sarah Bernhardt's Hugo, Mounet Sully's Balzac, while Goethe, Milton, Byron, Dickens, Emerson, Tennyson, Musset, and others will have been vibrated upon cylinders by favourite tellers. The bibliophiles, who will have become phonographiles, will still surround themselves with rare works. They will send out their cylinders to be bound in morocco cases, adorned with fine gildings and symbolic figures, as in former days. The titles will be imprinted on the circumference of the case, and the most exquisite cases will contain cylinders specially copyrighted, editions of a single copy, in the voice of a master of the drama, of poetry, or of music, giving impromptu and unpublished variants of celebrated works. The narrators, blithe authors that they will relate the current events of current life, will make a study of rendering the sounds that accompany, sometimes with ironical effect, like an orchestration of nature, the exchange of commonplace conversation, the joyful exclamations of assembled crowds, the dialects of strange people. The evocations of the Marseillais or the Orvenats will amuse the French as the jargon of the Irishman and the Westerner will excite the laughter of Americans of the East. Authors who are not sensitive to vocal harmonies, or who lack the flexibility of voice necessary to a fine utterance, will avail themselves of the services of hired actors or singers to warehouse their work in the accommodating cylinder. We have today our secretaries and copyists. There will then be phonists and clamists, to interpret utterances dictated by the creator of literature. Hearers will not regret the time when they were readers. With eyes unwearied, with countenances refreshed, their air of careless freedom will witness to the benefits of the contemplative life. Stretched upon sofas or cradled in rocking chairs, they will enjoy in silence the marvellous adventures which the flexible tube will conduct to ears dilated with interest. At home, walking, sightseeing, these fortunate hearers will experience the ineffable delight of reconciling hygiene with instruction, of nourishing their minds while exercising their muscles, for there will be pocket phono-operagraphs for use during excursions among alpine mountains, or in the Caffyons of Colorado. "Your dream is most aristocratic," interposed Julius Pollock, the humanitarian. "The future will be more democratic. I should like to see the people more favoured." "They will be, my gentle poet," I replied gaily, going on to develop my vision of the future. "Nothing will be lacking for them on this head. They may intoxicate themselves on literature as on pure water, and as cheaply too, for there will then be fountains of literature in the streets as there are now hydrants. At every open place in the city little buildings will be erected, with hearing tubes corresponding to certain works, hung all around for the benefit of the studious passer-by. They will be easily worked by the mere pressure of a button. On the other side a sort of automatic book-dealer, set in motion by a nickel in the slot, will for this trifling sum give the works of Dickens, Dumas père, or Longfellow, on long rolls all prepared for home consumption. I go even further. The author who desires personally to bring his work to the public knowledge, after the fashion of the trouvères of the Middle Ages, carrying them about from house to house, may draw a modest but always remunerative profit by renting to all the inmates of the same apartment house a sort of portable organ, which may be slung over the shoulder, composed of an infinite number of small tubes conducted with his auditory shop, by means of which his works may be wafted through the open windows to the ears of such lodgers as may desire amusement in a moment of leisure, or cheer in an hour of solitude. People of small means will not be ruined, you must admit, by a tax of 4 or 5 cents for an hour's hearing, and the fees of the wandering author will be relatively important by the multiplicity of hearings furnished to each house in the same quarter. Is this all? By no means. The phonography of the future will be at the service of our grandchildren on all the occasions of life. Every restaurant table will be provided with its phonographic collection, the public carriages, the waiting rooms, the state-rooms of steamers, the halls and chambers of hotels will contain phonographoteques for the use of travellers. The railways will replace the parlour car by a sort of Pullman circulating library, which will cause travellers to forget the weariness of the way, while leaving their eyes free to admire the landscapes through which they are passing. I shall not undertake to enter into the technical details of the methods of operating these new interpreters of human thought, these multiplicators of human speech, but rest assured that books will be forsaken by all the dwellers upon this globe, and printing will absolutely pass out of use, except for the service it may still be able to render to commerce and private relations, and even there the writing machine, by that time fully developed, will probably suffice for all needs. And the daily paper, you will ask me, the great press of England and America, what will you do with that? Have no fear, it will follow the general law, for public curiosity will go on for ever increasing, and men will soon be dissatisfied with printed interviews more or less correctly reported. They will insist upon hearing the interviewee, upon listening to the discourse of the fashionable orator, hearing the actual song, the very voice of the diva whose first appearance was made overnight. What but the phonographic journal can give them all this? The voices of the whole world will be gathered up in the celluloid rolls which the post will bring morning by morning to the subscribing hearers. Valets and ladies' maids will soon learn how to put them in place. The axle of the cylinder upon the two supports of the motor, and will carry them to master or mistress at the hour of awakening. Lying warm and soft upon their pillow, they may hear it all, as if in a dream: foreign telegrams, financial news, humorous articles, the news of the day. Journalism will naturally be transformed. The highest situations will be reserved for robust young men with strong, resonant voices, trained rather in the art of enunciation than in the search for words or the turn of phrases. Literary mandaриnism will disappear. Literateurs will gain only an infinitely small number of hearers, for the important point will be to quickly be informed in a few words without comment. In all newspaper offices there will be speaking halls, where the editors will record in a clear voice the news received by telephonic dispatch. These will be immediately registered by an ingenious apparatus arranged in the acoustic receiver. The cylinders thus obtained will be stereotyped in great numbers, and posted in small boxes before 3 o'clock in the morning, except where, by agreement with the telephone company, the hearing of the newspaper is arranged for by private lines to subscribers' houses, as is already the case with theatrophones. William Blackeros, the amiable critic and aesthete, who up to this point had kindly listened without interrupting my flights of fancy, now deemed it the proper moment for asking a few questions. "Permit me to inquire," he said, "how you will make good the want of illustrations. Man is always an overgrown baby, and he will always ask for pictures, and take pleasure in the representation of things which he imagines or has heard of from others." "Your objection does not embarrass me," I replied. "Illustrations will be abundant and realistic enough to satisfy the most exacting. You perhaps forget the great discovery of tomorrow, that which is soon to amaze us all. I mean the kinetograph of Thomas Edison, of which I was so happy as to see the first trial at Orange Park, New Jersey, during a recent visit to the great electrician. The kinetograph will be the illustrator of daily life. Not only shall we see it operating in its case, but by a system of lenses and reflectors all the figures in action which it will present in photochromo may be projected upon large white screens in our own homes. Scenes described in works of fiction and romances of adventure will be imitated by appropriately dressed figurants, and immediately recorded. We shall also have, by way of supplement to the daily phonographic journal, a series of illustrations of the day, slices of active life, so to speak, fresh cut from the actual. We shall see the new pieces and the actors at the theatre as easily as we may already hear them in our own homes. We shall have the portrait, and better still the very play of countenance, of famous men, criminals, beautiful women. It will not be art, it is true, but at least it will be life, natural under all its make-up, clear, precise, and sometimes even cruel. "It is evident," I said, in closing this too vague sketch of the intellectual life of tomorrow, "that in all this there will be sombre features now unforeseen. Just as oculists have multiplied since the invention of journalism, so with the phonography yet to be, the aurists will begin to abound. They will find a way to note all the sensibilities of the ear, and to discover names of more new auricular maladies than will really exist, but no progress has ever been made without changing the place of some of our ills. Be all this as it may, I think that if books have a destiny, that destiny is on the eve of being accomplished. The printed book is about to disappear. After us, the last of books, gentlemen. This after-supper prophecy had some little success even among most sceptical of my indulgent listeners, and John Poole had the general approval when he cried, in the moment of our parting, "Either the books must go, or they must swallow us up. I calculate that, take the whole world over, from 80 to 100,000 books appear every year. At an average of 1,000 copies, this makes more than 100 millions of books, the majority of which contain only the wildest extravagances or the most chimerical follies, and propagate only prejudice and error. Our social condition forces us to hear many stupid things every day. A few more or less do not amount to very great suffering in the end, but what happiness not to be obliged to read them, and to be able at last to close our eyes upon the annihilation of printed things." End of The End of Books by Octave Uzan. Published in Scribner's Magazine, August 1894. Recording by Corrie Samuel.
Boston, a Foreword by Agnes Edwards. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Boston, a Foreword. To love Boston or to laugh at Boston, it all depends on whether or not you are a Bostonian. Perhaps the happiest attitude, and the most intelligent, is tinged with both amusement and affection. Amusement at the undeviating ceremonial of baked beans on Saturday night and fish balls on Sunday morning, at the Boston bag, not so ubiquitous now as formerly, at the indefatigable consumption of lectures, at the Bostonese pronunciation, affection for the honorable traditions, noble buildings, distinguished men and women. Boston is an old city. One must remember that it was settled almost 3 centuries ago, and old cities, like old people, become tenacious of their idiosyncrasies, admitting their inconsistencies and prejudices with complacency, wisely aware that age has bestowed on them a special value, which is automatically increased with the passage of time. To tell the story of an old city is like cutting down through the various layers of a fruity layer cake. When you turn the slice over, you see that every piece is a cross-section. So almost every locality and phase of this venerable metropolis could be studied, and really should be studied according to its historical strata: colonial, provincial, revolutionary, economic, and literary. All of these periods have piled up their associations one upon the other, and all of them must be somewhat understood if one would sincerely comprehend what has been aptly called not a city but a state of mind. It is as impossible for the casual sojourner to grasp the significance of the multifarious historical and literary events which have transpired here as for a few pages to outline them. Wherever one stands in Boston suggests the church of San Clemente in Rome, where, you remember, there are 3 churches built one upon the other. However, those who would take the lovely journey from Boston to Plymouth needs must make some survey, no matter how superficial, of their starting place, and perhaps the best spot from which to begin is the Common. This pleasantly rolling expanse, which was set aside as long ago as 1640 with the decree that "there shall be no land granted either for house plot or garden out of ye open land or common field," has been unbrokenly maintained ever since, and as far as acreage goes (it approximates 50 acres), could still fulfill its original use of pasturing cows, a practice which was continued until 1830. It was here that John Hancock's cattle grazed, he who lived in such magnificence on the hill, and in whose side yard the State House was built. And once, when preparations for an official banquet were halted by shortage of milk, tradition has it that he ordered his servants to hasten out to the Common and milk every cow there, regardless of ownership. Tradition also tells us that the little boy Ralph Waldo Emerson tended his mother's cow here, and finally both traditions and existing law declare that yonder 1-story building opening upon Mount Vernon Street, and possessing an oddly wide door, must forever keep that door of sufficient width to let the cows pass through to the common. Let us stand upon the steps of the State House and look out over the common. To our right, near the intersection of Boylston and Tremont Streets, lies the half-forgotten, almost obliterated Central Burying Ground, the final resting place of Gilbert Stuart, the famous American painter. At the left points the spire of Park Street Church, notable not for its age, for it is only a little over a century old, but for its charming beauty, and by the fact that William Lloyd Garrison delivered his first address here, and here America was sung in public for the first time. It was the windiness of this corner which was responsible for Tom Appleton's suggestion (he was the brother-in-law of Longfellow) that a shorn lamb be tethered here. The graceful spire of Park Street Church serves not only as a landmark, but is also a most fitting terminal to a street of many associations. It is on Park Street that the publishing house of Houghton, Mifflin and Company, now Houghton Mifflin Company, has had its offices for 40 years, and the bookstores and the antique shops, tucked quaintly down a few steps below the level of the sidewalk, have much of the flavor of a bit of London. Still standing on the State House steps, facing the Common, you are also facing what has been called the noblest monument in Boston, and the most successfully placed one in America. It is St. Gaudens's bronze relief of Colonel Robert G. Shaw commanding his colored regiment, and if you see no other sculpture in a city which has its full quota, you must see this memorial, spirited in execution, spiritual in its conception of a mighty moment. If we had time to linger, we could not do better than to follow Beacon Street to the left, pausing at the Athenaeum, a library of such dignity and beauty that one instinctively, and properly, thinks of it as an institution rather than a mere building. To enjoy the Athenaeum, one must be a proprietor and own a share, which entitles one not only to the use of the scholarly volumes in scholarly seclusion, but also in the afternoon to entrance to an alcove where tea is served for 3 pennies. Perhaps here, as well as any other place, you may see a characteristic assortment of what are fondly called Boston types. There is the professor from Cambridge, a gentleman with a pointed beard and a noticeably cultivated enunciation; one from Wellesley, this a lady, with that keen and paradoxically impractical expression which marks pure intellectuality; an alert matron, plainly, almost shabbily dressed (aristocratic Boston still scorns sartorial smartness), and a very well-bred young girl with bone spectacles; a student, shabby like the Back Bay matron, but for another reason; a writer; a businessman whose hobby is Washingtonia. These, all of them, you may enjoy along with your cup of tea for 3 cents, if, and here is the crux, you can only be admitted in the first place; and if you are admitted, do not fail to look out of the rear window upon the ancient granary burying ground, where rest the ashes of Hancock, Sewell, Faneuil, Samuel Adams, Otis, Revere, and many more notables. If you have a penchant for graveyards, this one, entered from Tremont Street, is more than worthy of further study. This is one of the many things we could enjoyably do if we had time, but whether we have time or not, we must pay our respects to the State House. One does not call it the Capitol in Boston, as in other cities, the prominence of whose golden dome is not unsuggestive, to those who recall it, of St. Botolph's Beacon Tower in Boston, England, for which the city was named. The State House is a distinctly American building, and Bulfinch, the great American architect, did an excellent thing when he designed it. The dome was originally covered with plates of copper, rolled by no other than expert silversmith and robust patriot Paul Revere, he whose midnight ride has been recited by so many generations of school children, and whose exquisite flagons, cups, ladles, and sugar tongs not only compared with the best continental work of the period, but have set a name and standard for American craftsmanship ever since. If you should walk up and down the chessboard of Beacon Hill, taking the knight's move occasionally across the narrow cross streets, you could not help treading the very squares which were familiar to the feet of that generation of authors which has permanently stamped American literature. At 55 Beacon Street, down near the foot of the hill and facing the Common, still stands the handsome, swell front, buff brick house where Prescott, the historian, lived. On Mount Vernon Street, which runs parallel to Beacon, and which, with its dignified beauty, won the approval of that connoisseur of beautiful streets, Henry James, one can pick out successively the numbers 59, 76, 83, 84. The first and last being homes of Thomas Bailey Aldrich, and the other two distinguished by the residence of William Ellery Channing and Margaret Deland. Pinckney Street runs parallel with Mount Vernon, and the small narrow house at number 20 was one of the homes of the Alcott family. It seems delightfully fitting that Louisbourg Square, that very exclusive and very English spot which probably maintains more of the quaint atmosphere and customs of an aristocratic past than any other single area in the city, should have been the home of the well-beloved William Dean Howells. One also likes to recall that Jenny Lind was married at number 20 Chestnut Street, which after a period of social obscurity is again coming into its own. Possesses Julia Ward Howe's house at number 13, that of Motley the historian at 16, and of Parkman at 50. In this hasty map we have gone up and down the hill, but the cross street Charles, although not so attractive, is nevertheless as rich in literary associations as any in Boston. Here lived, for a short time, at 164, Oliver Wendell Holmes, and at 131, also for a short time, Thomas Bailey Aldrich. It is, however, at 148 that we should longest pause. This, for many rich years, was the home of James T. Fields, that delightful man of letters, who was the friend of many men of letters, he who entertained Dickens and Thackeray, and practically every foreign writer of note who visited this country. He who encouraged Hawthorne to the completion of The Scarlet Letter, and he who, as an appreciative critic, publisher, and editor, probably did more to elevate, inspire, and sustain the general literary tone of the city than any other single person. In these stirring days, facile American genius springs up, like brush fires, from coast to coast. Novels pour in from the West, the Middle West, the South. To superficial outsiders it may seem as if Boston might be hard-pressed to keep her laurels green, but Boston herself has no fears. Her present may not shine with so unique a brilliance as her past, but her past gains in luster with each succeeding year. Nothing can ever take from Boston her high literary prestige. While we are still on Beacon Hill, we can look out, not only upon the past, but upon the future. Those white domes and pillars gleaming like Greek temples across the blue Charles are the new buildings of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and surely Greek temples were never lovelier nor dedicated to more earnest pursuit of things not mundane. Quite as beautiful and quite as Grecian as the technology buildings is the noble marble group of the School of Medicine of Harvard University out by the Fenlands, that section of the city which is rapidly becoming a student's quarter with its Simmons College, the New England Conservatory of Music, art schools, gymnasiums, private and technical schools of all descriptions, and its body of over 12,000 students. Harvard is, of course, across the river in Cambridge, and preparatory schools and colleges dot the suburbs in every direction, upholding the cultural traditions of a city which has proved itself peculiarly fitted to educational interests. All this time, we have, like bona fide Bostonians, stayed on Beacon Hill and merely looked out at the rest of the city. And perhaps this is as typical a thing as we could have done. Beacon Hill was the center of original Boston, when the Back Bay was merely a marsh, and long after the marsh was filled in and streets were laid out, and handsome residences lined them, Beacon Hill looked down scornfully at the new section and murmured that it was built upon the discarded hoop skirts and umbrellas of the true Bostonians. Even when almost everyone was crowded off the hill, and the Back Bay became the more aristocratic section of the two, there was still enough of the original inhabitants left to scorn these upstart social pretensions. And now Beacon Hill is again coming back into her own. The fine old houses are being carefully, almost worshipfully restored, probably never again to lose their rightful place in the general life of the city. But if Beacon Hill was conservative in regard to the Back Bay, that district, in its turn, showed an equal unprogressiveness in regard to the Esplanade. To the stranger in Boston, delighting in that magnificent walk along the Charles River embankment, with the arching spans of the Cambridge and Harvard bridges on one side, and the homes of wealth and mellow refinement on the other, A walk for which invigorating beauty compares with any in the cities of men. It seems incredible that when this promenade was laid out a few years ago, the householders along the water's edge absolutely refused to turn their front windows away from Beacon Street. Furthermore, they ignored the fact that their backyards and back windows presented an unbecoming face to such an incomparably lovely promenade, and the inevitable household rearrangement, by which the drawing rooms were placed in the rear, was literally years in process of achievement. But such conservatism is one of Boston's idiosyncrasies, which we must accept like the wind and the flat A. Present-day Bostonians are proud, and properly so, of their Copley Square, with its public library, rich with the mural paintings of Purvis de Chavannes, with Abbey's Quest of the Holy Grail, and Sargent's Frieze of the Prophets, with its well-loved Trinity Church, and with much excellent sculpture by Bella Pratt. Copley Square is the cultural center of modern Boston. The famous Lowell Lectures, established about 75 years ago as free gifts to the people, are enthusiastically attended by audiences as Bostonese as one could hope to congregate, and in all sorts of queer nests in this vicinity are theosophical reading rooms, small halls where Buddhism is studied or New Thought taught, and 100 very new or very old philosophies, religions, fads, fashions, reforms, and isms find shelter. It is easy to linger in Copley Square. Indeed, hundreds and hundreds of men and women, principally women, come from all over the United States for the sole purpose of spending a few months or a season in this very place, enjoying the lectures, concerts, and art exhibitions which are so easily and freely accessible. But in this bird's-eye flight across the historical and geographical map of a city that tempts one to many pleasant delays, we must hover for a brief moment over the south and north ends. Skipping back, then, almost 3 centuries, but not traveling far as distance goes, the stranger in Boston cannot do better than to find his way from Copley Square to the Old South Church on Washington Street, that venerable building whose desecration by the British troops in 1775 the citizens found it ever so hard to forgive. It was here that Benjamin Franklin was baptized in 1706, here that Joseph Warren made a dramatic entry to the pulpit by way of the window in order to denounce the British soldiers, and here that momentous meetings were held in the heaving days before the Revolution. The Old South Church burying ground is now called the King's Chapel burying ground, and the King's Chapel itself, a quaint dusky building suggestive of a London chapel, is only a few blocks away. Across its doorsill have not only stepped the royal governors of pre-revolutionary days, but Washington, General Gage, the indestructibly romantic figures of Sir Harry Frankland and Agnes Surriage, the funeral processions of General Warren and Charles Sumner. The organ, which came from England in 1756, is said to have been selected by Handel at the request of King George, and along the walls of the original King's Chapel were hung the escutcheons of the King of England and of the royal governors. The old State House is in this vicinity and is worthy, as are indeed both the Old South Church and the King's Chapel, of careful architectural study and enjoyment. There are portraits, pictures, relics, and rooms within, and without, the beautifully quaint lines and truly lovely details of the façade infuse a perpetual charm into the atmosphere of the city. It was directly in front of this building that the Boston Massacre took place in 1770, and from this second-story balcony that the repeal of the Stamp Act was read, and 10 years later the full text of the Declaration of Independence. Perhaps the next most interesting building in this section of Old Boston is Faneuil Hall, the cradle of liberty, whose dignified, old-fashioned proportions were not lost, thanks to Bulfinch, when it was enlarged. A gift of a public-spirited citizen, this building has served in a double capacity for 177 years, having public market stalls below and a large hall above, a hall which is never rented, but used freely by the people whenever they wish to discuss public affairs. It would be impossible to enumerate the notable speakers and meetings which have rendered this hall famous, from General Gage down to Daniel Webster, Theodore Roosevelt, and Marshall Joffre. If you are fond of water sights and smells, you can step from Faneuil Hall down to a region permeated with the flavor of salt and the sound of shipping, a region of both ancient tradition and present activity. Here is India Wharf, its 7-story yellow brick building once so tremendously significant of Boston's shipping prosperity. Long Wharf, so named because when it was built it was the longest in the country and bore a battery at its end. Central Wharf, with its row of venerable stone warehouses. Tea Wharf, immensely picturesque, with its congestion of craft of all descriptions. Commercial Wharf, where full-rigged sailing vessels which traded with China and India and the Cape of Good Hope were wont to anchor 100 years ago. All this region is crammed with the paraphernalia of a typical waterfront. Curious little shops where sailors' supplies are sold, airy lofts where sails are cut and stitched and repaired, fish stores of all descriptions, sailors' haunts, awaiting the pen of an American Thomas Burke. The old custom house where Hawthorne unwillingly plodded through his enforced routine is here, and near it the new custom house rears its tower 498 feet above the sidewalk, a beacon from both land and sea. The north end of Boston has not fared as well as the south end. The sons of Abraham and immigrants from Italy have appropriated the streets, dwellings, churches, and shops of the entire region, and even Christ Church, the famous Old North Church, has a Chiesa Italiana on its grounds. There are many touches to stir the memory in this Old North Church. The chime of 8 bells naively stating, "We are the first ring of bells cast for the British Empire in North America." The pew with the inscription that is set apart for the use of the Gentlemen of Bay of Honduras, visiting merchants who contributed the spire to the church in 1740. Vaults beneath the church, forbidden now to visitors, where lie the bones of many Revolutionary heroes. A unique collection of vellum-covered books, and a few highly precious pieces of ancient furniture. The most conspicuous item about the church, of course, is that from its tower were hung the original signal lanterns of Paul Revere, destined to shine imperishably down the ever-lengthening aisles of American history. Before we press on to Bunker Hill, for that is our final destination, we should cast a glance at Copp's Hill Burying Ground, that hillside refuge where one can turn either back to the annals of the past or look out over the rooftops and narrow streets to the present and the future. If you choose the latter, you can easily see Boston Harbor and Charlestown Navy Yard, that Navy Yard which has outstripped even its spectacular traditions by its stirring achievements in the Great War. Old Ironsides will lie here forever in the well-earned serenity of a secure old age, and it is probable that another visitor, the Conprezesan Sicily, although lost under the name of Mount Vernon and a coat of gray paint, will be long preserved in maritime history. The plain shaft of Bunker Hill Monument, standing to mark the spot where the Americans lost a battle that was in reality a victory, is like a blank mirror, reflecting only that which one presents to it. According to your historical knowledge and your emotional grasp, Bunker Hill Monument is significant. Skimming thus over the many-storied city, in a sort of literary airplane, it has been possible to point out only a few of the most conspicuous places and towers. The Common lies like a tiny pocket handkerchief of path-marked green at the foot of crowded Beacon Hill, the white esplanade curves beside the blue Charles, the Back Bay is only a checkerboard of streets, alphabetically arranged, Copley Square is hardly distinguishable, the spires of Old South Church, King's Chapel, the Old State House, and Faneuil Hall punctuate the South End, the North Church, the North End. The new Custom House Tower and Bunker Hill Monument seem hardly more than the minarets of a child's toy village. The writer, as a pilot over this particular city, alights and resigns, commending for more detailed study and for delightful guidance Robert Shackleton's Book of Boston. Let us now leave the city and set out in a more leisurely fashion on our way to Plymouth. Boston, a Foreword. From the book The Old Coast Road from Boston to Plymouth, by Agnes Edwards. Read by Steve Mattern.
Letter from a Freedman to His Old Master, by Jordan Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Letter from a Freedman to His Old Master, written just as he dictated it. Dayton, Ohio, August 7, 1865. To my old master, Colonel P. H. Anderson, Big Spring, Tennessee. Sir, I got your letter and was glad to find that you had not forgotten Jordan, and that you wanted me to come back and live with you again, promising to do better for me than anybody else can. I have often felt uneasy about you. I thought the Yankees would have hung you long before this for harboring Rebs they found at your house. I suppose they never heard about your going to Colonel Martin's to kill the Union soldier that was left by his company in their stable. Although you shot at me twice before I left you, I did not want to hear of your being hurt, and am glad you are still living. It would do me good to go back to the dear old home again and see Miss Mary and Miss Martha and Allen, Esther, Green, and Lee. Give my love to them all, and tell them I hope we will meet in the better world, if not in this. I would have gone back to see you all when I was working in the Nashville hospital, but one of the neighbors told me that Henry intended to shoot me if he ever got a chance. I want to know particularly what the good chance is that you propose to give me. I am doing tolerably well here. I get $25 a month with victuals and clothing, have a comfortable home for Mandy. The folks call her Mrs. Anderson. And the children, Millie, Jane, and Grundy, go to school and are learning well. The teacher says Grundy has a head for a preacher. They go to Sunday school, and Mandy and me attend church regularly. We are kindly treated. Sometimes we overhear others saying, "Them colored people were slaves down in Tennessee." The children feel hurt when they hear such remarks, but I tell them that it was no disgrace in Tennessee to belong to Colonel Anderson. Many darkies would have been proud, as I used to be, to call you master. Now, if you will write and say what wages you will give me, I will be better able to decide whether it would be to my advantage to move back again. As to my freedom, which you say I can have, there is nothing to be gained on that score, as I got my free papers in 1864 from the Provost Marshal General of the Department of Nashville. Mandy says she would be afraid to go back without some proof that you were disposed to treat us justly and kindly, and we have concluded to test your sincerity by asking you to send us our wages for the time we served you. This will make us forget and forgive old scores and rely on your justice and friendship in the future. I served you faithfully for 32 years, and Mandy 20 years. At $25 a month for me and $2 a week for Mandy, our earnings would amount to $11,680. Add to this the interest for the time our wages have been kept back, and deduct what you paid for our clothing and 3 doctor's visits to me and pulling a tooth for Mandy, and the balance will show what we are in justice entitled to. Please send the money by Adams Express in care of V. Winters, Esquire, Dayton, Ohio. If you fail to pay us for faithful labors in the past, we can have little faith in your promises in the future. We trust the good Maker has opened your eyes to the wrongs which you and your fathers have done to me and my fathers, in making us toil for you for generations without recompense. Here I draw my wages every Saturday night, but in Tennessee there was never any payday for the Negroes, any more than for the horses and cows. Surely there will be a day of reckoning for those who defraud the laborer of his hire. In answering this letter, please state if there would be any safety for my Millie and Jane, who are now grown up and both good-looking girls. You know how it was with poor Matilda and Catherine. I would rather stay here and starve, and die if it come to that, than have my girls brought to shame by the violence and wickedness of their young masters. You will also please state if there has been any schools open for the colored children in your neighborhood. The great desire of my life now is to give my children an education and have them form virtuous habits. Say howdy to George Carter, and thank him for taking the pistol from you when you were shooting at me. From your old servant, Jordan Anderson. End of Letter from a Freedman to His Old Master, by Jordan Anderson. Read by Winston Tharp.
A letter from Theodore Roosevelt to Charles Davenport. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. Theodore Roosevelt to Charles Davenport. January 3, 1913. My dear Mr. Davenport, I am greatly interested in the two memoirs you have sent me. They are very instructive and, from the standpoint of our country, very ominous. You say that these people are not themselves responsible, that it is society that is responsible. I agree with you if you mean, as I suppose you do, that society has no business to permit degenerates to reproduce their kind. It really is extraordinary that our people refuse to apply to human beings such elementary knowledge as every successful farmer is obliged to apply to his own stock breeding. Any group of farmers who permitted their best stock not to breed, and let all the increase come from the worst stock, would be treated as fit inmates for an asylum. Yet we fail to understand that such conduct is rational, compared to the conduct of a nation which permits unlimited breeding from the worst stocks, physically and morally, while it encourages or connives at the cold selfishness, or the twisted sentimentality, as a result of which the men and women ought to marry, and if married have large families, remain celibates or have no children or only one or two. Some day we will realize that the prime duty, the inescapable duty, of the good citizen of the right type is to leave his or her blood behind him in the world, and that we have no business to permit the perpetuation of citizens of the wrong type. Faithfully yours, Theodore Roosevelt. The New Nationalism by Theodore Roosevelt. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by the Progressing America Project. The New Nationalism. We come here today to commemorate one of the epoch-making events of the long struggle for the rights of man, the long struggle for the uplift of humanity. Our country, this great republic, means nothing unless it means the triumph of a real democracy, the triumph of popular government, and, in the long run, of an economic system under which each man shall be guaranteed the opportunity to show the best that there is in him. That is why the history of America is now the central feature of the history of the world, for the world has set its face hopefully toward our democracy, and, my fellow citizens, each one of you carries on your shoulders not only the burden of doing well for the sake of your country, but the burden of doing well, and of seeing that this nation does well for the sake of mankind. There have been two great crises in our country's history: first, when it was formed, and then, again, when it was perpetuated, and, in the second of these great crises, in the time of stress and strain, which culminated in the Civil War, on the outcome of which depended the justification of what had been done earlier, you men of the Grand Army, you men who fought through the Civil War, not only did you justify your generation, but you justified the wisdom of Washington and Washington's colleagues. If this republic had been founded by them only to be split asunder into fragments when the strain came, then the judgment of the world would have been that Washington's work was not worth doing. It was you who crowned Washington's work, as you carried to achievement the high purpose of Abraham Lincoln. Now, with this second period of our history, the name of John Brown will forever be associated, and Kansas was the theater upon which the first act of the second of our great national life dramas was played. It was the result of the struggle in Kansas, which determined that our country should be in deed as well as in name, devoted to both union and freedom, that the great experiment of democratic government on a national scale should succeed and not fail. In name we had the Declaration of Independence in 1776, but we gave the lie by our acts to the words of the Declaration until 1865, and words count for nothing except in so far as they represent acts. This is true everywhere, but, my friends, it should be truest of all in political life. A broken promise is bad enough in private life. it is worse in the field of politics. No man is worth his salt in public life who makes on the stump a pledge which he does not keep after election, and, if he makes such a pledge and does not keep it, hunt him out of public life. I care for the great deeds of the past chiefly as spurs to drive us onward in the present. I speak of the men of the past, partly that they may be honored by our praise of them, but more that they may serve as examples for the future. It was a heroic struggle, and, as is inevitable with all struggles, it also had a dark and terrible side. Very much was done of good, and much also of evil, and, as was inevitable in such a period of revolution, often the same man did both good and evil. For our great fortune as a nation, we, the people of the United States as a whole, can now afford to forget the evil, or, at least, to remember it without bitterness, and to fix our eyes with pride only on the good that was accomplished. Even in ordinary times, there are very few of us who do not see the problems of life as through a glass, darkly, and when the glass is clouded by the murk of furious popular passion, the vision of the best and the brightest is dimmed. Looking back, we are all of us now able to do justice to the valor, the disinterestedness, and the love of the right, as to each it was given to see the right, shown both by the men of the North and the men of the South in that contest, which was finally decided by the attitude of the West. We can admire the heroic valor, the sincerity, the self-devotion shown alike by the men who wore the blue and the men who wore the gray, and our sadness that such men should have to fight one another is tempered by the glad knowledge that ever hereafter their descendants shall be fighting side by side, struggling in peace as well as in war for the uplift of their common country, all alike, resolute to raise to the highest pitch of honor and usefulness the nation to which they all belong. As for the veterans of the Grand Army of the Republic, they deserve honor and recognition such as is paid to no other citizens of the Republic, for to them the Republic owes it all, for to them it owes its very existence. It is because of what you and your comrades did in the dark years that we of today walk, each of us, head erect, and proud that we belong, not to one of a dozen little squabbling contemptible commonwealths, but to the mightiest nation upon which the sun shines. I do not speak of this struggle of the past merely from a historic standpoint. Our interest is primarily in the application today of the lessons taught by the contest a half-century ago. It is of little use for us to pay lip loyalty to the mighty men of the past, unless we sincerely endeavor to apply to the problems of the present, precisely, the qualities which in other crises enabled the men of that day to meet those crises. It is half melancholy and half amusing to see the way in which well-meaning people gather to do honor to the men who, in company with John Brown, and under the lead of Abraham Lincoln, faced and solved the great problems of the 19th century, while, at the same time, these same good people nervously shrink from, or frantically denounce, those who are trying to meet the problems of the 20th century in the spirit which was accountable for the successful solution of the problems of Lincoln's time. Of that generation of men to whom we owe so much, the man to whom we owe the most is, of course, Lincoln. Part of our debt to him is because he forecast our present struggle and saw the way out. He said, "I hold that while man exists, it is his duty to improve not only his own condition, but to assist in ameliorating mankind." And again, "Labor is prior to, and independent of, capital. Capital is only the fruit of labor, and could never have existed if labor had not first existed. Labor is the superior of capital, and deserves much the higher consideration." If that remark was original with me, I should be even more strongly denounced as a communist agitator than I shall be anyhow. It is Lincoln's. I am only quoting it, and that is one side. That is the side the capitalist should hear. Now, let the working man hear his side. "Capital has its rights, which are as worthy of protection as any other rights. Nor should this lead to a war upon the owners of property. Property is the fruit of labor, property is desirable and is a positive good in the world." And then comes a thoroughly Lincoln-like sentence. "Let not him who is houseless pull down the house of another, but let him work diligently and build one for himself. thus by example assuring that his own shall be safe from violence when built." It seems to me that, in these words, Lincoln took substantially the attitude that we ought to take. He showed the proper sense of proportion in his relative estimates of capital and labor, of human rights and property rights. Above all, in this speech as in many others, he taught a lesson in wise kindliness and charity, an indispensable lesson to us of today. But this wise kindliness and charity never weakened his arm or numbed his heart. We cannot afford weakly to blind ourselves to the actual conflict which faces us today. The issue is joined, and we must fight or fail. In every wise struggle for human betterment one of the main objects, and often the only object, has been to achieve in large measure equality of opportunity. In the struggle for this great end, nations rise from barbarism to civilization, and through it, people press forward from one stage of enlightenment to the next. One of the chief factors in progress is the destruction of special privilege. The essence of any struggle for healthy liberty has always been, and must always be, to take from some one man or class of men the right to enjoy power, or wealth, or position, or immunity, which has not been earned by service to his or their fellows. That is what you fought for in the Civil War, and that is what we strive for now. At many stages in the advance of humanity, this conflict between the men who possess more than they have earned, and the men who have earned more than they possess, is the central condition of progress. In our day it appears as the struggle of freemen to gain and hold the right of self-government as against the special interests, who twist the methods of free government into machinery for defeating the popular will. At every stage, and under all circumstances, the essence of the struggle is to equalize opportunity, destroy privilege, and give to the life and citizenship of every individual the highest possible value, both to himself and to the Commonwealth. That is nothing new. All I ask in civil life is what you fought for in the Civil War. I ask that civil life be carried on according to the spirit in which the army was carried on. You never get perfect justice, but the effort in handling the army was to bring to the front the men who could do the job. Nobody grudged promotion to Grant, Sherman, Thomas, or Sheridan because they earned it. The only complaint was when a man got a promotion which he did not earn. Practical equality of opportunity for all citizens, when we achieve it, will have two great results. First, every man will have a fair chance to make of himself all that in him lies, to reach the highest point to which his capacities, unassisted by special privilege of his own, and unhampered by the special privilege of others, can carry him, and to get for himself and his family substantially what he has earned. Second, equality of opportunity means that the Commonwealth will get from every citizen the highest service of which he is capable. No man who carries the burden of the special privileges of another can give to the Commonwealth that service to which it is fairly entitled. I stand for the square deal. But when I say that I am for the square deal, I mean not merely that I stand for fair play under the present rules of the game, but that I stand for having those rules changed, so as to work for a more substantial equality of opportunity, and of reward for equally good service. One word of warning, which, I think, is hardly necessary in Kansas. When I say I want a square deal for the poor man, I do not mean that I want a square deal for the man who remains poor because he has not the energy to work for himself. If a man who has had a chance will not make good, then he has got to quit. And you men of the Grand Army, you want justice for the brave man who fought, and punishment for the coward who shirked his work. Is that not so? Now, this means that our government, national and state, must be freed from the sinister influence or control of special interests. Exactly as the special interests of cotton and slavery threatened our political integrity before the Civil War, so now the great special interests too often control and corrupt the men and methods of government for their own profit. We must drive the special interests out of politics. That is one of our tasks today. Every special interest is entitled to justice, full, fair, and complete, and now, mind you, if there were any attempt by mob violence to plunder and work harm to the special interest, whatever it may be, that I most dislike, and the wealthy man, whomsoever he may be, for whom I have the greatest contempt, I would fight for him, and you would if you were worth your salt. He should have justice. For every special interest is entitled to justice, but not one is entitled to a vote in Congress, to a voice on the bench, or to representation in any public office. The Constitution guarantees protection to property, and we must make that promise good. But it does not give the right of suffrage to any corporation. The true friend of property, the true conservative, is he who insists that property shall be the servant, and not the master of the Commonwealth, who insists that the creature of man's making shall be the servant, and not the master of the man who made it. The citizens of the United States must effectively control the mighty commercial forces which they have called into being. There can be no effective control of corporations while their political activity remains. We must have complete and effective publicity of corporate affairs, so that the people may know beyond peradventure whether the corporations obey the law, and whether their management entitles them to the confidence of the public. It is necessary that laws should be passed to prohibit the use of corporate funds directly or indirectly for political purposes. It is still more necessary that such laws should be thoroughly enforced. Corporate expenditures for political purposes, and especially such expenditures by public service corporations, have supplied one of the principal sources of corruption in our political affairs. It has become entirely clear that we must have government supervision of the capitalization, not only of public service corporations, including particularly railways, but of all corporations doing an interstate business. I do not wish to see the nation forced into the ownership of the railways if it can possibly be avoided, and the only alternative is thoroughgoing and effective legislation, which shall be based on a full knowledge of all the facts, including a physical valuation of property. This physical valuation is not needed, or, at least, is very rarely needed, for fixing rates, but it is needed as the basis of honest capitalization. We have come to recognize that franchises should never be granted except for a limited time, and never without proper provision for compensation to the public. It is my personal belief that the same kind and degree of control and supervision, which should be exercised over public service corporations, should be extended also to combinations which control necessaries of life, such as meat, oil, or coal, or which deal in them on an important scale. I have no doubt that the ordinary man who has control of them is much like ourselves. I have no doubt he would like to do well, but I want to have enough supervision to help him realize that desire to do well. I believe that the officers, and especially the directors of corporations, should be held personally responsible when any corporation breaks the law. Combinations in industry are the result of an imperative economic law, which cannot be repealed by political legislation. The effort at prohibiting all combination has substantially failed. The way out lies, not in attempting to prevent such combinations, but in completely controlling them in the interest of the public welfare. For that purpose the Federal Bureau of Corporations is an agency of first importance. Its powers, and, therefore, its efficiency, as well as that of the Interstate Commerce Commission, should be largely increased. We have a right to expect from the Bureau of Corporations and from the Interstate Commerce Commission a very high grade of public service. We should be as sure of the proper conduct of the interstate railways and the proper management of interstate business, as we are now sure of the conduct and management of the national banks, and we should have as effective supervision in one case as in the other. The Hepburn Act and the amendment to the Act, in the shape in which it finally passed Congress at the last session, represent a long step in advance, and we must go yet further. There is a widespread belief among our people that, under the methods of making tariffs which have hitherto obtained, the special interests are too influential. Probably this is true of both the big special interests and the little special interests. These methods have put a premium on selfishness, and, naturally, the selfish big interests have gotten more than their smaller, though equally selfish, brothers. The duty of Congress is to provide a method by which the interest of the whole people shall be all that receives consideration. To this end, there must be an expert tariff commission, wholly removed from the possibility of political pressure or of improper business influence. Such a commission can find the real difference between cost of production, which is mainly the difference of labor cost here and abroad. As fast as its recommendations are made, I believe in revising one schedule at a time. A general revision of the tariff almost inevitably leads to log rolling, and the subordination of the general public interest to local and special interests. The absence of effective state and, especially national, restraint upon unfair money getting has tended to create a small class of enormously wealthy and economically powerful men, whose chief object is to hold and increase their power. The prime need is to change the conditions which enable these men to accumulate power, which it is not for the general welfare that they should hold or exercise. We grudge no man a fortune which represents his own power and sagacity, when exercised with entire regard to the welfare of his fellows. Again, comrades over there, take the lesson from your own experience. Not only did you not grudge, but you gloried in the promotion of the great generals who gained their promotion by leading their army to victory. So it is with us. We grudge no man a fortune in civil life, if it is honorably obtained and well used. It is not even enough that it should have been gained without doing damage to the community. We should permit it to be gained, only so long as the gaining represents benefit to the community. This, I know, implies a policy of a far more active governmental interference with social and economic conditions in this country than we have yet had, but I think we have got to face the fact that such an increase in governmental control is now necessary. No man should receive $1 unless that dollar has been fairly earned. Every dollar received should represent $1's worth of service rendered, not gambling and stocks, but service rendered. The really big fortune, the swollen fortune, by the mere fact of its size, acquires qualities which differentiate it in kind as well as in degree from what is possessed by men of relatively small means. Therefore, I believe in a graduated income tax on big fortunes, and in another tax which is far more easily collected and far more effective, a graduated inheritance tax on big fortunes, properly safeguarded against evasion, and increasing rapidly in amount with the size of the estate. The people of the United States suffer from periodical financial panics to a degree substantially unknown to the other nations, which approach us in financial strength. There is no reason why we should suffer what they escape. It is of profound importance that our financial system should be promptly investigated, and so thoroughly and effectively revised as to make it certain that hereafter our currency will no longer fail at critical times to meet our needs. It is hardly necessary to me to repeat that I believe in an efficient army and a navy large enough to secure for us abroad that respect which is the surest guarantee of peace. A word of special warning to my fellow citizens, who are as progressive as I hope I am. I want them to keep their interest in our international affairs, and I want them also continually to remember Uncle Sam's interests abroad. Justice and fair dealings among nations rest upon principles identical with those which control justice and fair dealing among the individuals of which nations are composed, with the vital exception that each nation must do its own part in international police work. If you get into trouble here, you can call for the police, but if Uncle Sam gets into trouble, he has got to be his own policeman, and I want to see him strong enough to encourage the peaceful aspirations of other peoples in connection with us. I believe in national friendships and heartiest goodwill to all nations, but national friendships, like those between men, must be founded on respect as well as on liking, on forbearance as well as upon trust. I should be heartily ashamed of any American who did not try to make the American government act as justly towards the other nations in international relations as he himself would act toward any individual in private relations. I should be heartily ashamed to see us wrong a weaker power, and I should hang my head forever if we tamely suffered wrong from a stronger power. Of conservation I shall speak more at length elsewhere. Conservation means development as much as it does protection. I recognize the right and duty of this generation to develop and use the natural resources of our land, but I do not recognize the right to waste them, or to rob by wasteful use the generations that come after us. I ask nothing of the nation, except that it so behave as each farmer here behaves, with reference to his own children. That farmer is a poor creature who skins the land, and leaves it worthless to his children. The farmer is a good farmer who, having enabled the land to support himself and to provide for the education of his children, leaves it to them a little better than he found it himself. I believe the same thing of a nation. Moreover, I believe that the natural resources must be used for the benefit of all our people, and not monopolized for the benefit of the few, and here again is another case in which I am accused of taking a revolutionary attitude. People forget now that 100 years ago there were public men of good character, who advocated the nation selling its public lands in great quantities, so that the nation could get the most money out of it, and giving it to the men who could cultivate it for their own uses. We took the proper democratic ground that the land should be granted in small sections to the men who were actually to till it and live on it. Now, with water power, with the forests, with the mines, we are brought face to face with the fact that there are many people who will go with us in conserving the resources, only if they are allowed to exploit them for their own benefit. That is one of the fundamental reasons why the special interests should be driven out of politics. Of all the questions which can come before this nation, short of the actual preservation of its existence in a great war, there is none which compares in importance with the great central task of leaving this land even a better land for our descendants than it is for us, and training them into a better race to inhabit the land and pass it on. Conservation is a great moral issue, for it involves the patriotic duty of ensuring the safety and continuance of the nation. Let me add that the health and vitality of our people are at least as well worth conserving as their forests, waters, lands, and minerals, and in this great work the national government must bear a most important part. I have spoken elsewhere, also, of the great task which lies before the farmers of the country, to get for themselves and their wives and children not only the benefits of better farming, but also those of better business methods and better conditions of life on the farm. The burden of this great task will fall, as it should, mainly upon the great organizations of the farmers themselves. I am glad it will, for I believe they are well able to handle it. In particular, there are strong reasons why the departments of agriculture of the various states, the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and the agricultural colleges and experiment stations should extend their work to cover all phases of farm life, instead of limiting themselves, as they have far too often limited themselves in the past, solely to the question of the production of crops. And now a special word to the farmer. I want to see him make the farm as fine a farm as it can be made, and let him remember to see that the improvement goes on indoors as well as out. Let him remember that the farmer's wife should have her share of thought and attention, just as much as the farmer himself. Nothing is more true than that excess of every kind is followed by reaction, a fact which should be pondered by reformer and reactionary alike. We are face to face with new conceptions of the relations of property to human welfare, chiefly because certain advocates of the rights of property, as against the rights of men, have been pushing their claims too far. The man who wrongly holds that every human right is secondary to his profit, must now give way to the advocate of human welfare, who rightly maintains that every man holds his property subject to the general right of the community to regulate its use, to whatever degree the public welfare may require it. But I think we may go still further. The right to regulate the use of wealth in the public interest is universally admitted. Let us admit also the right to regulate the terms and conditions of labor, which is the chief element of wealth, directly in the interest of the common good. The fundamental thing to do for every man is to give him a chance to reach a place in which he will make the greatest possible contribution to the public welfare. Understand what I say there. Give him a chance, not push him up if he will not be pushed. Help any man who stumbles. If he lies down, it is a poor job to try to carry him, but if he is a worthy man, try your best to see that he gets a chance to show the worth that is in him. No man can be a good citizen unless he has a wage more than sufficient to cover the bare cost of living, and hours of labor short enough so after his day's work is done, he will have time and energy to bear his share in the management of the community, to help in carrying the general load. We keep countless men from being good citizens by the conditions of life by which we surround them. We need comprehensive workmen's compensation acts, both state and national laws to regulate child labor and work for women, and, especially, we need in our common schools not merely education in book learning, but also practical training for daily life and work. We need to enforce better sanitary conditions for our workers, and to extend the use of safety appliances for workers in industry and commerce, both within and between the states. Also, friends, in the interest of the working man himself, we need to set our faces like flint against mob violence just as against corporate greed, against violence and injustice and lawlessness by wage workers, just as much as against lawless cunning and greed and selfish arrogance of employers. If I could ask but one thing of my fellow countrymen, my request would be that, whenever they go in for reform, they remember the two sides, and that they always exact justice from one side as much as from the other. I have small use for the public servant who can always see and denounce the corruption of the capitalist, but who cannot persuade himself, especially before election, to say a word about lawless mob violence. And I have equally small use for the man, be he a judge on the bench or editor of a great paper, or wealthy and influential private citizen, who can see clearly enough and denounce the lawlessness of mob violence, but whose eyes are closed, so that he is blind when the question is one of corruption of business on a gigantic scale. Also, remember what I said about excess in reformer and reactionary alike. If the reactionary man, who thinks of nothing but the rights of property, could have his way, he would bring about a revolution. And one of my chief fears in connection with progress comes because I do not want to see our people, for lack of proper leadership, compelled to follow men whose intentions are excellent, but whose eyes are a little too wild to make it really safe to trust them. Here in Kansas there is one paper which habitually denounces me as a tool of Wall Street, and at the same time frantically repudiates the statement that I am a socialist, on the ground that that is an unwarranted slander of the socialists. National efficiency has many factors. It is a necessary result of the principle of conservation widely applied. In the end, it will determine our failure or success as a nation. National efficiency has to do not only with the national resources and with men, but it is equally concerned with institutions. The state must be made efficient for the work which concerns only the people of the state, and the nation for that which concerns all the people. There must remain no neutral ground to serve as a refuge for lawbreakers, and especially for lawbreakers of great wealth, who can hire the vulpine legal cunning which will teach them how to avoid both jurisdictions. It is a misfortune when the national legislature fails to do its duty in providing a national remedy, so that the only national activity is the purely negative activity of the judiciary, in forbidding the state to exercise power in the premises. I do not ask for over-centralization, but I do ask that we work in a spirit of broad and far-reaching nationalism, where we work for what concerns our people as a whole. We are Americans. Our common interests are as broad as the continent. I speak to you here in Kansas exactly as I would speak in New York or Georgia, for the most vital problems are those which affect us all alike. The national government belongs to the whole American people, and where the whole American people are interested, that interest can be guarded effectively only by the national government. The betterment which we seek must be accomplished, I believe, mainly through the national government. The American people are right in demanding that new nationalism, without which we cannot hope to deal with new problems. The new nationalism puts the national need before sectional or personal advantage. It is impatient of the utter confusion that results from local legislatures attempting to treat national issues as local issues. It is still more impatient of the impotence which springs from over-division of governmental powers, the impotence which makes it possible for local selfishness, or for legal cunning, hired by wealthy special interests, to bring national activities to a deadlock. This new nationalism regards the executive power as the steward of the public welfare. It demands of the judiciary that it shall be interested primarily in human welfare rather than in property, just as it demands that the representative body shall represent all the people, rather than any one class or section of the people. I believe in shaping the ends of government to protect property as well as human welfare. Normally, and in the long run, the ends are the same, but whenever the alternative must be faced, I am for men and not for property, as you were in the Civil War. I am far from underestimating the importance of dividends, but I rank dividends below human character. Again, I do not have any sympathy with the reformer who says he does not care for dividends. Of course, economic welfare is necessary, for a man must be able to pull his own weight and be able to support his family. I know well that the reformers must not bring upon the people economic ruin, or the reformers themselves will go down in the ruin. But we must be ready to face temporary disaster, whether or not brought on by those who will war against us to the knife. Those who oppose reform will do well to remember that ruin in its worst form is inevitable, if our national life brings us nothing better than swollen fortunes for the few, and the triumph in both politics and business of a sordid and selfish materialism. If our political institutions were perfect, they would absolutely prevent the political domination of money in any part of our affairs. We need to make our political representatives more quickly and sensitively responsive to the people, whose servants they are. More direct action by the people in their own affairs under proper safeguards is vitally necessary. The direct primary is a step in this direction, if it is associated with a Corrupt Services Act, effective to prevent the advantage of the man willing recklessly and unscrupulously to spend money over his more honest competitor. It is particularly important that all monies received or expended for campaign purposes should be publicly accounted for, not only after election, but before election as well. Political action must be made simpler, easier, and freer from confusion for every citizen. I believe that the prompt removal of unfaithful or incompetent public servants should be made easy and sure, in whatever way experience shall show to be the most expedient in any given class of cases. One of the fundamental necessities in a representative government such as ours is to make certain that the men to whom the people delegate their power shall serve the people by whom they are elected, and not the special interests. I believe that every national officer, elected or appointed, should be forbidden to perform any service or receive any compensation, directly or indirectly, from interstate corporations, and a similar provision could not fail to be useful within the states. The object of government is the welfare of the people. The material progress and prosperity of a nation are desirable, chiefly so long as they lead to the moral and material welfare of all good citizens. Just in proportion as the average man and woman are honest, capable of sound judgment and high ideals, active in public affairs, but, first of all, sound in their home, and the father and mother of healthy children whom they bring up well, just so far, and no farther, we may count our civilization a success. We must have, I believe we have already, a genuine and permanent moral awakening, without which no wisdom of legislation or administration really means anything, and, on the other hand, we must try to secure the social and economic legislation, without which any improvement due to purely moral agitation is necessarily evanescent. Let me again illustrate by a reference to the Grand Army. You could not have won simply as a disorderly and disorganized mob. You needed generals, you needed careful administration of the most advanced type, and a good commissary, the cracker line. You well remember that success was necessary in many different lines, in order to bring about general success. You had to have good administration at Washington, just as you had to have the administration in the field, and you had to have good work of the generals. You could not have triumphed without the administration and leadership, but it would all have been worthless if the average soldier had not had the right stuff in him. He had to have the right stuff in him, or you could not get it out of him. In the last analysis, therefore, vitally necessary though it was to have the right kind of organization and the right kind of generalship, it was even more vitally necessary that the average soldier should have the fighting edge, the right character. So it is in our civil life. No matter how honest and decent we are in our private lives, if we do not have the right kind of law and the right kind of administration of the law, we cannot go forward as a nation. That is imperative, but it must be an addition to, and not a substitute for, the qualities that make us good citizens. In the last analysis, the most important elements in any man's career must be the sum of those qualities which, in the aggregate, we speak of as character. If he has not got it, then no law that the wit of man can devise, no administration of the law by the boldest and strongest executive, will avail to help him. We must have the right kind of character, character that makes a man, first of all, a good man in the home, a good father, and a good husband, that makes a man a good neighbor. You must have that, And then, in addition, you must have the kind of law and the kind of administration of the law which will give to those qualities in the private citizen the best possible chance for development. The prime problem of our nation is to get the right type of good citizenship, and, to get it, we must have progress, and our public men must be genuinely progressive. End of The New Nationalism, by Theodore Roosevelt.
Nikola Tesla Sees a Wireless Vision, by Anonymous. The New York Times, 3rd October, 1915. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nikola Tesla sees a wireless vision. Thinks his world system will allow hundreds to talk at once through the earth. Ends static disturbance. Inventor hopes also to transmit pictures by the same medium which carries the voice. Nikola Tesla announced to the Times last night that he had received a patent on an invention which would not only eliminate static interference, the present bugaboo of wireless telephony, but would enable thousands of persons to talk at once between wireless stations, and make it possible for those talking to see one another by wireless regardless of the distance separating them. He said also that with his wireless station now in the process of construction on Long Island, he hoped to make New York one of the central exchanges in a world system of wireless telephony. Mr. Tesla has been working on wireless problems for many years. Yesterday he exhibited an article published in the Electrical World 11 years ago, in which he predicted not only wireless telephony on a commercial basis, but that it would be possible to identify the voice of an acquaintance over any distance. That its operator in Hawaii was able to distinguish the voice of an engineer friend at Arlington, Virginia, was announced by the American Telephone and Telegraph Company as the most marked triumph of its communication by wireless telephone from the naval radio station at Arlington to Pearl Harbor, Hawaii, a distance of 4,000 miles. The inventor, who has won fame by his electrical inventions, dictated this statement yesterday. The experts carrying out this brilliant experiment are naturally deserving of great credit for the skill they have shown in perfecting the devices. These are of two kinds. First, those serving to control transmission, and second, those magnifying the received impulse. That the control of transmission is perfect is plain to experts, from the fact the Arlington, Mare Island, and Pearl Harbor plants are all inefficient, and that the distance of telephonic transmission is equal to that of telegraphic transmission. It is also perfectly apparent that the chief merit of the application lies in the magnification of the microphonic impulse. It must not be imagined that we deal here with new discoveries. The improvement simply concerns the control of the transmitted and the magnification of the received impulse. But the wireless system is the same. This can never be changed. That it is practicable to project the human voice not only to a distance of 5,000 miles, but clear across the globe, I demonstrated by experiments in Colorado in 1899. Among my publications, I would refer to an article in the Electrical World of March 5, 1904, but describing really tests I made in 1899. The facts which I pointed out in the article were of much greater significance than that of the experiments reported, although this should be taken in a scientific sense, as the experiments were simply scientific demonstrations. I pointed out then that the modulations of the human voice can be reproduced more clearly through the earth than through wire. It is difficult for the layman to understand, but it is an absolute fact that transmission through the earth with a proper apparatus is not more difficult than the sending of a message on a wire strung across a room. This wonderful property of the planet, that, electrically speaking, is through its very bigness small, is of incalculable significance for the future of mankind. These tests made between Washington and Honolulu will act as an immense stimulus to wireless telephony, and would be of much more value to the world if the principles of the transmission were understood. But they are not. Even now, 15 years after the fundamental principles have been demonstrated and the possibilities shown, there are many experts in the dark. For instance, it is claimed that static disturbances will fatally interfere with the transmission, while, as a matter of fact, there is no static disturbance possible in properly designed transmission and receiving circuits. Quite recently I have described in a patent circuits which are absolutely immune to static and other interferences, so much so that when a telephone is attached there is absolute silence, even lightning in the immediate vicinity not producing a click of the diaphragm, while in the ordinary telephonic conversation there are all kinds of noises. Transmission without static interference has many wonderful properties besides, first of which is that unlimited amounts of power can be transmitted with very small loss. Another contention is that there can be no secrecy in wireless telephone conversation. I say it is absurd to raise this contention when it is positively demonstrated by experiments that the earth is more suitable for transmission than any wire could ever be. A wireless telephone conversation can be made as secret as thought. I have myself erected a plant for the purpose of connecting by wireless telephone the chief centers of the world, and from this plant as many as 100 will be able to talk absolutely without interference and with absolute secrecy. This plant would simply be connected with the Telephone Central Exchange of New York City, and any subscriber will be able to talk to any other telephone subscriber in the world, and all this without any change in the apparatus. This plan has been called my world system. By the same means I propose also to transmit pictures and project images, so that the subscriber will not only hear the voice, but see the person to whom he is talking. Pictures transmitted over wires is a perfectly simple art practiced today. Many inventors have labored on it, but the chief credit is due Professor Korn of Munich. His apparatus can be attached to a wireless plant, and at any other wireless plant can be reproduced. I have undertaken this in the hope of establishing a service which would greatly facilitate the work of the press. A picture could be sent from a battlefield in Europe to New York in 5 minutes if the proper instruments were available. A further advantage would be that transmission is instant and free of the unavoidable delay experienced with the use of wires and cables. As I have already made known, the current passes through the earth, starting from the transmission station with infinite speed, slowing down to the speed of light at a distance of 6,000 miles, then increasing in speed from that region, and reaching the receiving station again with infinite velocity. It's all a wonderful thing. Wireless is coming to mankind in its full meaning like a hurricane some of these days. Some day there will be, say, 6 great wireless telephone stations in a world system, connecting all the inhabitants on this earth to one another, not only by voice, but by sight. It's surely coming. End of Nikola Tesla Sees a Wireless Vision, by Anonymous. The New York Times, 3rd October, 1915.
Nature, Aphorisms by Goethe, by Thomas Henry Huxley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in January 2012. From Nature, a weekly illustrated journal of science, Volume 1, Thursday, November 4th, 1869. Nature, Aphorisms by Goethe. Nature. We are surrounded and embraced by her, powerless to separate ourselves from her, and powerless to penetrate beyond her. Without asking or warning, she snatches us up into her circling dance, and whirls us on until we are tired and drop from her arms. She is ever shaping new forms. What is has never yet been, what has been comes not again. Everything is new, and yet naught but the old. We live in her midst, and know her not. She is incessantly speaking to us, but betrays not her secret. We constantly act upon her, and yet have no power over her. The one thing she seems to aim at is individuality, yet she cares nothing for individuals. She is always building up and destroying, but her workshop is inaccessible. Her life is in her children, but where is the mother? She is the only artist, working up the most uniform material into utter opposites, arriving, without a trace of effort, at perfection, at the most exact precision, though always veiled under a certain softness. Each of her works has an essence of its own, each of her phenomena is a special characterization, and yet their diversity is in unity. She performs a play, we know not whether she sees it herself, and yet she acts for us, the lookers on. Incessant life, development, and movement are in her, but she advances not. She changes for ever and rests not a moment. Quietude is inconceivable to her, and she has laid her curse upon rest. She is firm. Her steps are measured, her exceptions rare, her laws unchangeable. She has always thought and always thinks, though not as a man, but as nature. She broods over an all-comprehending idea, which no searching can find out. Mankind dwell in her, and she in them. With all men she plays a game for love, and rejoices the more they win. With many her moves are so hidden that the game is over before they know it. That which is most unnatural is still nature. The stupidest Philistinism has a touch of her genius. Whoso cannot see her everywhere, sees her nowhere rightly. She loves herself, and her innumerable eyes and affections are fixed upon herself. She has divided herself that she may be her own delight. She causes an endless succession of new capacities for enjoyment to spring up, that her insatiable sympathy may be assuaged. She rejoices in illusion. Whoso destroys it in himself and others, him she punishes with the sternest tyranny. Whoso follows her in faith, him she takes as a child to her bosom. Her children are numberless. To none is she altogether miserly, but she has her favorites, on whom she squanders much, and for whom she makes great sacrifices. Over greatness she spreads her shield. She tosses her creatures out of nothingness, and tells them not whence they came, nor whither they go. It is their business to run, she knows the road. Her mechanism has few springs, but they never wear out, are always active and manifold. The spectacle of nature is always new, for she is always renewing the spectators. Life is her most exquisite invention, and death is her expert contrivance to get plenty of life. She wraps man in darkness, and makes him forever long for light. She creates him dependent upon the earth, dull and heavy, and yet is always shaking him until he attempts to soar above it. She creates needs because she loves action. Wondrous that she produces all this action so easily. Every need is a benefit, swiftly satisfied, swiftly renewed. Every fresh want is a new source of pleasure, but she soon reaches an equilibrium. Every instant she commences an immense journey, and every instant she has reached her goal. She is vanity of vanities, but not to us, to whom she has made herself of the greatest importance. She allows every child to play tricks with her, every fool to have judgment upon her, thousands to walk stupidly over her and see nothing, and takes her pleasure and finds her account in them all. We obey her laws even when we rebel against them. We work with her even when we desire to work against her. She makes every gift a benefit by causing us to want it. She delays that we may desire her. She hastens that we may not weary of her. She has neither language nor discourse, but she creates tongues and hearts by which she feels and speaks. Her crown is love. Through love alone we dare come near her. She separates all existences, and all tend to intermingle. She has isolated all things in order that all may approach one another. She holds a couple of draughts from the cup of love to be fair payment for the pains of a lifetime. She is all things. She rewards herself and punishes herself, is her own joy and her own misery. She is rough and tender, lovely and hateful, powerless and omnipotent. She is an eternal present. Past and future are unknown to her. The present is her eternity. She is beneficent. I praise her and all her works. She is silent and wise. No explanation is wrung from her, no present won from her which she does not give freely. She is cunning, but for good ends, and it is best not to notice her tricks. She is complete, but never finished. As she works now, so can she always work. Everyone sees her in his own fashion. She hides under 1,000 names and phrases, and is always the same. She has brought me here, and will also lead me away. I trust her. She may scold me, but she will not hate her work. It was not I who spoke of her. No, what is false and what is true, she has spoken it all. The fault, the merit, is all hers. So far, Goethe. When my friend, the editor of Nature, asked me to write an opening article for his first number, there came into my mind this wonderful rhapsody on nature, which has been a delight to me from my youth up. It seems to me that no more fitting preface could be put before a journal which aims to mirror the progress of that fashioning by nature of a picture of herself in the mind of man, which we call the progress of science. A translation, to be worth anything, should reproduce the words, the sense, and the form of the original. But when that original is Goethe's, it is hard indeed to obtain this ideal, harder still, perhaps, to know whether one has reached it, or only added another to the long list of those who have tried to put the great German poet into English, and failed. Supposing, however, that critical judges are satisfied with the translation as such, there lies beyond them the chance of another reckoning, which the British public, who dislike what they call pantheism almost as much as I do, and who will certainly find this essay of the poet's terribly pantheistic. In fact, Goethe himself almost admits that it is so. In a curious explanatory letter addressed to Chancellor von Müller under date May 26, 1828, he writes, "This essay was sent to me a short time ago from amongst the papers of the ever-honoured Duchess Anna Amelia. It is written by a well-known hand, of which I was accustomed to avail myself in my affairs, in the year 1780 or thereabouts. I do not exactly remember having written these reflections, but they very well agree with the ideas which had at that time become developed in my mind. I might term the degree of insight which I had then attained a comparative one, which was trying to express its tendency towards a not yet attained superlative. There is an obvious inclination to a sort of pantheism, to the conception of an unfathomable, unconditional, humorously self-contradictory being underlying the phenomena of nature, and it may pass as a jest, with a bitter truth in it. Goethe says that about the date of this composition of Nature he was chiefly occupied with comparative anatomy, and in 1786 gave himself incredible trouble to get other people to take an interest in his discovery that man has an intermaxillary bone. After that he went on to the metamorphosis of plants and to the theory of the skull, and at length had the pleasure of seeing his work taken up by German naturalists. The letter ends thus: "If we consider the high achievements by which all the phenomena of nature have been gradually linked together in the human mind, and then once more thoughtfully peruse the above essay from which we started, we shall, not without a smile, compare that comparative, as I called it, with the superlative which we have now reached, and rejoice in the progress of 50 years. 40 years have passed since these words were written, and we look again, not without a smile, on Goethe's superlative. but the road which led from his comparative to his superlative has been diligently followed until the notions which represented Goethe's superlative are now the commonplaces of science, and we have a super-superlative of our own. When another half-century has passed, curious readers of the back numbers of Nature will probably look on our best, not without a smile, and it may be that long after the theories of the philosophers whose achievements are recorded in these pages are obsolete, the vision of the poet will remain as a truthful and efficient symbol of the wonder and the mystery of nature. Thomas Henry Huxley. End of Nature, Aphorisms by Goethe, by Thomas Henry Huxley.
Queer Methods of Travel in Curious Corners of the World, by the Honorable O.P. Austin, from the National Geographic Magazine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Queer Methods of Travel in Curious Corners of the World, by the Honorable O.P. Austin, from the National Geographic Magazine, Volume 18, Number 11, November 1907. No feature of tropical or oriental life more impresses the traveler from the temperate zone Occident than the methods of travel and transportation which greet him at every hand. Whether it be upon the mountains or tablelands of Mexico and Central America, the Cordilleras or plateaus of South America, the islands of the Caribbean, the deserts or jungles of Africa, the sandy wastes of Arabia and the Holy Land, the densely populated plains of India, the mountain passes of Tibet, the jungles of Siam, the islands and watercourses of the Philippines, the crowded cities and highways of China, the rugged hills and narrow valleys of Korea, or the coastal cities and mountainous interior of Japan, the methods by which man travels and man's requirements are transported are ever strange, ever changing, ever fascinating. To the man or woman who has been accustomed to travel by the comfortable methods of our own country, a marked contrast is found in the burro of Mexico, the llama of South America, the sledges of Madeira, the saddle ox of Central Africa, the camel of the desert, the donkey of North Africa and Arabia, the bullock cart and the dandy of India, the yak of Tibet, the trotting ox of Ceylon, the elephant of Siam, the carabao of the Philippines, the wheelbarrow and sedan chair of China, the pack bull and palanquin of Korea, and the jinricksha and kago of Japan. From the moment the traveler leaves the temperate zone countries of the Occident and plunges into the tropics of the Orient, he finds as a poor substitute for that noble animal the horse, the donkey, the llama, the camel, the elephant, the ox, the carabao, and finally man, in those densely populated sections where labor is cheap and land cannot be spared to support animals for transportation. Of the 100 million horses known to exist in the world, 80 millions, or 4/5 of the entire number, are found in the temperate zone and nearly all among Occidental people, while the remaining 20 millions, scattered through the tropics, are largely employed in the service of temperate zone visitors or residents, and are but feeble representatives of that animal as he is known to the people of Europe or America. In the United States and Canada, we have 1 horse for every 3½ persons. In South America, 1 for every 7. In Mexico, 1 for every 12. In Japan, 1 for every 33. In Turkey, 1 for every 40. In the Philippines, 1 for every 50. In Africa, approximately 1 for every 150. In India and southern China, 1 for every 200. The comparative absence of the horse in the tropics is due chiefly to climatic conditions, and in the Orient to the fact that the density of population prohibits the utilization of land for the production of his food. In his place we have, therefore, scattered through the tropical and oriental countries of the world, approximately 3 million camels, 10 million donkeys, and 20 million buffaloes or carabao, and, everywhere that horses are not available, the patient, slow-moving ox. The llama will carry from 50 to 200 pounds, a man from 75 to 150 pounds, the donkey 160 to 200 pounds, an ox 150 to 200 pounds, a horse from 200 to 250 pounds, the camel from 350 to 500 pounds, the elephant from 1,800 to 2,500 pounds. With the scarcity of animal power in the tropics and the Orient, man has devised many methods for travel and transportation, and in many cases has, perforce, put his own shoulder to the wheel, or his own neck under the yoke, and made himself a burden-bearer and the transporter of not only merchandise, but in some cases of his fellow man. I confess to you that until I had visited these countries and seen these things with my own eyes, I could scarcely realize that the conditions which I had seen pictured were those of the present day, but now that I have seen them in actual existence in this 20th century, I begin to realize the great disadvantage under which tropical and oriental man has labored in his attempts to develop exploration, intercommunication, and exchange of products, and the great benefits to him, and to geography, to science, and to commerce which would come from some satisfactory device which would do for the tropics and the Orient what the horse has done for the temperate zone Occident. Our line of march in observing these peculiar conditions will take us around the world, plunging first into the Spanish-American tropics, thence to western and northern Africa, thence for a short tour through southern Europe, thence via the Holy Land to India, Tibet, the Malaysian Peninsula, Java, the Philippines, China, Korea, Japan, and returning via northeastern Siberia and our own Alaska. At our very first stop in Mexico we encounter the burro, the Spanish term for the animal which we usually know as the donkey. The statistical records indicate the existence of about 10 million of these diminutive and patient burden-bearing animals scattered over the world, chiefly in Spanish America, Northern Africa, Arabia, and the Holy Land. Originally domesticated in the Holy Land in Egypt, he was carried to northern Spain by the Mohammedans, and thence to America by the Spanish explorers and colonizers. While much used in Spanish-American countries, he is less prized and less cared for than in his usual home of Western Asia and Northern Africa, where he is the constant companion of man, returning a reasonable care with faithful service and evident affection for his master. They are used not only on the mountain roads, where they are more sure-footed than the horse, but also in the towns and cities, the horses in these more populous centers being reserved for the transportation of people. For transportation over the country roads or in the mountains they are assembled in considerable numbers and march singly, following their leader in a long file known as the pack train. They travel a distance from 10 to 20 miles per day, according to conditions of roads, carrying of from 100 to 200 pounds each, and, accompanied by their masters in the curious costumes of Spanish America, present a picturesque appearance as they wind in long trains through the valleys filled with tropical verdure. In many of the mountain sections these pack trains are the only methods yet available for the transportation of ore from the mines to the smelting works or the seaboard. Further south, in the mountain ranges of South America, where the great altitude and difficult traveling requires an animal especially prepared by nature for these peculiar conditions, the llama is still used in limited numbers as a beast of burden. The llama was the only animal suited for transportation found in America by the Spanish discoverers and explorers, the horse, the donkey, and the ox, which now perform most of the work, having been brought originally from Europe. The llama belongs to the camel family, having the same peculiar foot with a divided hoof and cushions placed on the under surface, thus making it especially valuable for mountain climbing and on sandy plains, and having also many of the peculiar habits which characterize the camel. In all parts of that great line of deserts stretching from North Africa across Central Asia to northwest China, the camel is everywhere in evidence, the total number of the world being estimated at about 3 millions. Here, in the midst of these great waterless areas, we see the camel in all the varied types and in the variety of methods of his utilization. How valuable this strange and always weary-looking beast is to the people of North Africa and Central Asia can scarcely be realized until you see him, as I have, actually performing his service, and realize that he is the only beast of burden able to endure the long marches across the desert. Costing about as much as a good horse, his speed is equally great, his life considerably longer, and his ability to carry a load equal to that of 3 horses, while the fact that he can travel for a week, or if necessary, nearly 2 weeks without water, renders him invaluable to those great sandy stretches. He can also go for several days with little or no food, subsisting meantime upon the fat stored in the humps on his back, which nature seems to have provided as a storehouse for sustenance in case of absence of food. Not only is the camel a valuable freight carrier, but he serves as the traveling car of the Rockefellers, the Carnegies, the Morgans, and the Harrimans of the desert. When he is chosen for this more pretentious service, a light framework is placed upon his back and covered with cloths to screen the occupants from the sun and the observation of the passers, and decorated with pompons of varied colors. In this gorgeous compartment, which may not be inaptly termed the palace car of the desert, the master of the camel train places his wife and children, his choicest merchandise, his cooking utensils and daily requirements, and travels in state, the observed of all observers, the envy of the wandering native of the desert. From Africa we pass to that curious section of southwest France known as the Landes, consisting of some 5,000 square miles of flat and sandy marshes. The inhabitants are chiefly engaged in cattle raising. The peculiar condition of the soil, composed chiefly of sand and marsh, makes travel by the usual process difficult, and so the shepherds go about on stilts. In some parts of this formerly uninhabitable region the lands are being rescued from the drifting sands by the planting of trees, and in other places are being developed by drainage. And so, while the number of inhabitants is increasing, the number of stilts required is growing less. Of course, we could scarcely omit the Belgian dog cart in this discussion of queer transportation methods, for, while the use of the dog for labor is gradually being abandoned in most other countries, the Belgians still cling to the custom. One of the queer transportation methods which modern civilization has furnished is the single rail railway which runs from Eberfeld to Barmen, Germany, carrying its passengers and freight in cars suspended from wheels which run on a single rail supported by a framework, and operated by electricity generated many miles from the place at which it is applied to the propulsion of the cars. Nor could we, in this discussion of queer transportation methods, pass Venice, that city without a single horse. I am not sure that this description of Venice as an absolutely horseless city is literally true, though I was solemnly assured while there that there was not a single horse in the city. But certainly there are but very few, if any, and the horse on their streets would be quite as great a novelty to the Venetians as a gondola on the Potomac would be to us in Washington. In the Holy Land the donkey is in evidence everywhere, and furnishes the chief method of transportation. His availability for application to all kinds of transportation, whether for people or merchandise, coupled with his small cost and limited requirements for food, render him especially valuable to the people of this section. We now bid adieu to the donkey and the camel, and will review some other curious methods which still prevail on the rivers which flowed past the Garden of Eden. On the Euphrates and the Tigris are still retained the curious water transports of centuries ago, the raft of skins and the circular boats. These rafts are sustained by inflated skins, prepared for this especial purpose, and after the raft floats down the river to its destination, the inflated skins are removed, the air permitted to escape, and the skins carefully folded and carried back to the upper waters, where they are again inflated and used as the support of another and still another raft. Even more curious, to the eyes of the traveler from other parts of the world, are the circular boats, made of wicker work and covered with skins, or made watertight with pitch, which are still in daily use on the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. These curious little vessels are used for the transportation of both passengers and freight, and the skill with which they are managed by those accustomed to their use is quite surprising and interesting. Just how they get animals in and out of these curious vessels seems a little puzzling, though it is probably no more difficult than the methods by which cattle and horses are lifted from a lighter and deposited in the hold of the modern steel steamer. No feature of life in India is more striking than that of the methods of transportation. From the moment you put foot on the land you find a bewildering variety of vehicles, most of them drawn by the humped ox, known in our zoological gardens and menageries as the sacred ox. The elephant is still used to some extent in India, Burma, and Siam, though in these regions in which roads have been developed, his place has been taken by the ox and other methods less expensive. The large quantities of food required by the elephant make him available only in the comparatively underdeveloped sections where heavy work is required in handling timber or in the military service. His ability to carry heavy loads, however, still leads to his use in certain sections, for he can easily carry a ton at a single trip and maintain a speed of about 4 miles an hour in a climate in which horses are comparatively useless. The method of conveyance by a pole supported on the shoulders of men is very common throughout India, and is known as the dandy. From India onward we find an increasing use of man for the transportation of both merchandise and people, due chiefly to the cheapness of labor and the density of population, which precludes the use of land for producing food for animals. In Ceylon we get our first glimpse of the jinricksha, which competes with the famous trotting oxen of the island. The trotting ox is trained to fast traveling, and when attached to light carts and driven by experienced men, makes a speed which is quite marvelous. In Ceylon we also see for the first time the peculiar boat with outriggers, which is found in various forms among our Samoan, Philippine, and Hawaiian neighbors. The boat is very narrow, and is steadied by the long outrigger, to which is attached a pole which rests on the surface of the water. I well remember my first experience in riding in one of these narrow boats from the dock at Colombo to the steamer lying off in the harbor, and I must admit that I had a better opinion of the boat and the boatman after this practical test than I had before. Another type of boat in use in the Philippines has double outriggers, one set at each side. These boats are found in the waters of practically all parts of the Philippines and of our Pacific islands. On page 701 is an illustration of that useful animal, the caribou, or water buffalo, which forms so important a factor in the agriculture and transportation of the extreme Orient. Originating in India, the caribou has been transported westward as far as Egypt, and eastward through the Malayan Peninsula, China, Indochina, and the islands of the Indian archipelago. The number among the Oriental people is estimated at fully 20 millions, and you will find them in greater or less numbers all the way from Egypt to China. Costing at about 1/2 as much as an ordinary horse, they perform all the services usually required of that animal, and their extreme deliberation in movement is compensated for in the fact that they can endure the heat of the tropics, while their fondness for water and mud renders them especially useful in the flooded rice fields and on the muddy roads during the rainy season. They are used in every way that the horse is used in the temperate zone, attached to sleds, to carts, to drays in the cities, to carriages, and as saddle animals. Their thick, brown skin, almost devoid of hair, gives little heed to the whip, yet they are docile, patient, friendly with the natives, but unfriendly to the white man, and of great service to the Filipino both on the farms and the roads. In the towns and cities you see them everywhere, drawing heavy loads on carts and drays, standing patiently in the broiling sun, If they can but have an opportunity once or twice a day to wallow in the water and mud of some nearby stream. Without an occasional opportunity to submerge themselves in water, they soon become unmanageable and even dangerous to those about them. While their chief service is for the agricultural work and the hauling of heavy loads, they are sometimes attached to carriages, where horses or ponies are not available, and this is not infrequently the case, for the number of horses and ponies in the islands is but about 150,000, while the number of carabao is nearly 1,000,000. There is no speed limit for the carabao carriage. One of the common methods of transporting water in the Philippines is given on page 703. The long bamboo pole carried on the shoulder of this girl is filled with water. The bamboo is prepared for this service by punching out the sheets of light material which divides it into sections at the joints. In China we find less of animal transportation and much more performed by manpower, and this is especially true of southern and central China. At the north, where the climate is that of the temperate zone and the population less dense, there are horses, though in small numbers as compared with similar conditions in the Occident. The street scenes on page 706 show the various methods utilized in the coast cities and in the interior. We have here the jinricksha pulled by men, the wheelbarrow and the coolie porter. The coolie porter is seen everywhere, carrying loads of from 150 to 200 pounds divided between the two ends of the bamboo pole, stepping briskly along the street or road, chanting a curious sort of cry which he imagines helps him to more readily endure the fatigue of his burden. The three principal methods of transportation of people in central and southern China are the sedan chair, the jinricksha, and the wheelbarrow. The sedan chair gets its name from the fact that it is modeled after a type once used by the aristocracy of the city of Sedan, France. They are much used in Hong Kong because the steepness of the mountainside on which most of the foreign residents live make the use of the jinricksha extremely difficult. In the narrow streets of the native quarters of the great cities, they are the only available method for transportation of people, except that of the wheelbarrow, and in the crowded sections it is only with the greatest difficulty and by the aid of the warning shouts of the bearers of the chair, or the runner who precedes them, that the mass of humanity is induced to give space for its passage. The more excessive type, and that most affected by the wealthy and exclusive of the Chinese, are enclosed with lattice work, and, while the open type is more convenient for sightseeing, those having the screen at the sides and rear have their advantages in the crowded native quarters, since the occupant is partially screened from view and less liable to have his progress interrupted by the crowd of curious natives, which always gathers at the sight of an American or European traveler in the native quarters. Even in these, however, the traveler is not always free from observation, for it was while riding in a chair of this general type that the German minister, Baron von Kettler, was attacked and killed during the Boxer riots in Pekin. The sensation of riding in a sedan chair is not an especially agreeable one. It is placed on the ground for the passenger to enter, the coolies take their places at the end of the poles, and at a signal given by a man in the rear the chair is lifted until the poles rest on the shoulders of the men. Then they start off at a quick pace, winding their way through the crowds, jostling, shouting, halting, and again starting as the crowd gives way; and unless they keep step, which they seldom do, the swaying, teetering motion imparted to the chair by the long flexible poles on which it rests is anything but agreeable to the inexperienced. Probably more freight and more passengers are transported in China by the wheelbarrow than by any other land method. The wheelbarrow there used differs from that used by us, in the fact that the wheel is set in the center, and thus supports practically the entire load, while the handles are supported in part by a strap or rope over the shoulders of the man who operates it. As a result, the wheelbarrow coolie in China will transport nearly a half ton on his vehicle. Wheelbarrows are much used in the country where the roads are but little developed, and it is said that passengers sometimes make the entire trip from Shanghai to Peking, a distance of 600 miles, by barrow. A 2-passenger barrow will make about 20 miles per day, and the coolie is content with a pay of about 20 cents per day, or an average of about 1/2 cent per mile for each passenger, or about 1/4 of the low passenger rate recently fixed for the railroads by several of the states of this country. Yet, I presume, most of us would prefer to pay the 2-cent rate in a comfortable passenger coach than the 1/2 cent rate on the wheelbarrow. On the level, well-kept streets of the foreign quarters of such cities as Hong Kong, Shanghai, and Pekin, the wheelbarrow coolie will struggle along with a load of 6 or even 8 people. Other strange methods of transportation in China are the junks, sampans, houseboats, and river crafts, which crowd the rivers, harbors, and canals of that densely populated empire. Many of them have peculiar marks, resembling an eye, painted on either side of their bows, which I found on inquiry were really intended to represent eyes, and were invented in the firm belief that they actually aid the vessel in finding its way. The junks and sampans are the freight carriers along the coast and in the harbors. Houseboats are found everywhere, but especially in the waters adjacent to the great cities, and it is estimated that several millions of the people of China have no other home than these floating residences. They are supplied with the simple requirements for cooking and daily life of the home, the pigsty at the rear, the tiny flower garden in the front or upon the roof, and are often sculled from place to place by the mother, with her children playing about her and her youngest strapped upon her back. I have often seen these Chinese and Japanese boatwomen sculling their boats about the harbors, halting at the sides of vessels and clamoring for employment, meantime hushing the cries of the babies on their backs by a peculiar shuffling, swinging motion of the body, as they scull the boat or shout their offers of service. In Korea the bull, the donkey, and the chair coolie vie with each other as burden bearers, though the donkey is more reserved for long distance travel in the mountainous regions. The chairs are not unlike the palanquin of India or the sedan chair of China. In most cases they are carried by straps or ropes attached to the ends of poles and passing over the shoulders of the coolies. Official chairs are usually carried by 4 and sometimes 8 porters, and are by far the most comfortable method of travel in Korea. A team of good coolies will take you over the country at the rate of 4 miles per hour, 16 hours at a stretch, thus enabling you to make over 60 miles in a single day, provided you are willing to endure your share of the fatigue by sitting cross-legged in the box for that length of time. Japan is said to be the home of the jinricksha, which it is claimed was invented by an ingenious American missionary. Whatever may be the true story of its nativity, it is no longer peculiar to that country, for you see it everywhere along the Asiatic coast, from Ceylon eastward to Vladivostok. While the jinricksha is the popular mode of conveyance in the coast cities and on the level country roads of Japan, it will not serve in the mountains, which abound in every part of the interior. There its place is taken by the kago, which is quite similar to the dandy of India. Even in the most occidental of all the oriental cities, Yokohama, where contact with Western methods has induced the adoption of many of our customs, manpower is still the principal factor in transportation. As we leave Japan our steamer must be again coaled, for Japan furnishes the chief coal supply of the Orient at the present time. The coal is brought alongside the vessel in open barges. A series of platforms built out at the side of the vessel, each one about 4 feet higher and 3 feet narrower than the one next below, looking like a big flight of steps up the side of the vessel. Then a Japanese man or woman is stationed on each of these steps, and a lot of men and women in the barge below and supplied with scores of small baskets, holding not to exceed a half bushel each. These they fill with the coal, and they are passed by hand, one at a time, to the person stationed on the first of the platforms, and he passes them, one by one, up to the person on the platform next above him. Thus, hour after hour, a steady stream, or perhaps several streams, of these baskets flows up the side of the ship, passed from hand to hand, men and women working together indiscriminately and emptying barge after barge until the vessel has received its requisite supply. But it is a slow method at the best, and I well remember the experience of lying for 2 days in a broiling sun, just off Shimonoseki, waiting for a multitude of Japanese men and women to perform a service which might have been performed in an hour by the appliances in use in the United States. Here a great crane, operated by steam or electricity, picks up a car carrying perhaps 50 tons of coal, and pours its contents gently into the hold of the steamer lying alongside. The picture of the mail carriers in Alaska, on page 710, illustrates the extent to which the reindeer has become a factor in the life of that section, due to the foresight and energy of Dr. Sheldon Jackson. And now, as we return home to our land of the horse, the trolley car, the railroad, and the horseless road vehicle, and contrast our own conditions of travel and transportation with those of the tropics and the Orient, I want to suggest the possibility of the extension of certain of our transportation methods to those countries, and the development of prosperity which may result. Clearly the conditions of transportation in the tropics and the Orient are due, in part at least, to the absence of that noble animal which has so served us in the temperate zone Occident, the horse. He has rendered possible the development of Europe and America by transporting the product of the farm, the mine, and the factory to the common carriers, the ocean, the river, the canal, and the railway, and to the sections thus developed has come great prosperity. In the tropics, where the horse cannot endure the climate, and in the densely populated Orient, where land cannot be spared to supply him with food, the facilities for transportation to a common carrier are inadequate. The common carrier is therefore not provided, and there is sluggishness, lack of production for exchange, lack of commerce, lack of prosperity. True, rivers do exist in these countries, and railroads can be built. But if they lack some satisfactory means of transporting the natural products from the place of production to that common carrier, the carrier will not be supplied, the farm will not be developed, the mine will not be opened, the factory will not be built, and that prosperity which comes from a ready market for products cannot prevail. As a result, the horseless areas of the world have remained undeveloped and unprosperous, while the area supplied with the horse has developed and become extremely prosperous. Now comes the final question, whether the ingenuity of man has provided any substitute for the horse, which can be utilized in those areas where the horse cannot exist because of climatic conditions or lack of space for the production of his food. To this question I think I may answer in the affirmative. For many years man has been experimenting in attempts to transport merchandise and men by some machine which carries within itself its own propelling power. He learned a century ago that he could do this on the water by the steamship. Then he soon learned that he could drive a wheeled vehicle on land by power produced within itself, provided he supplied it with an iron or steel track on which its wheels might run, and with this knowledge the railroads spread over all of that part of the world where horses could be found to bring the product to their stations. But until the beginning of the 20th century man had not solved the problem of operating self-propelling vehicles on ordinary dirt roads or across stretches of country in which no roads exist. But that art has at last been attained. The introduction of the bicycle brought the rubber tire, and the application of the rubber tire brought a self-propelled vehicle which could be operated on country roads, the automobile. Then came the development of the freight motor, which could carry heavy loads of merchandise over the ordinary highways and even over sections where no roads exist, and today thousands of horseless vehicles are moving hundreds of thousands of tons of merchandise over roads of a type which can be supplied everywhere, in the tropics or the Orient, as well as in the temperate zone or the Occident. Auto trucks. The possibility and practicability of applying the self-propelling vehicle to the transportation of merchandise and people in deserts, in the tropics, and the Orient, has already suggested itself, and the experiments have made already assured success. In the deserts of New Mexico and Arizona, motors are successfully carrying freights in a temperature of from 120 to 140 degrees in the sun, where, owing to the extreme heat, horses or mules can only be used at night. In Nevada a single motor truck is now performing the work of 30 horses, carrying freight over 100 miles of mountain roads. In California a train of motor cars is carrying over dirt roads in the mountain regions as much ore at each trip as would require 200 pack horses for its transportation. In Puerto Rico a line of 3 motor vehicles, established to carry passengers and mails, performs the work for which more than a score of vehicles and over 100 horses had been required. Numbers of American motor vehicles for carrying heavy loads have been put on the roads of Cuba and Santo Domingo with success, and more are being ordered. In Honduras motor trucks are conveying minerals to the seaboard from the mines 100 miles inland, a single motor performing in one day as much work as could be performed by 100 mules in the same time. In South America the horseless vehicle is carrying passengers and freights to the inland cities over roads where only a donkey was utilized, and doing so at an enormous saving of time and expense. In Egypt the freight and passenger motor is beginning to take the place of the camel. Hundreds of horseless vehicles are in operation, some of them over long stretches of desert, and roads are being constructed through the desert, on which the product of certain mines will be brought to market. In Turkey motor cars are making regular trips over country roads, carrying both freight and passengers. In India motor cars are being imported at the rate of nearly $2 million worth per annum, and put in service on the country roads, as well as in the cities and towns. A company has been organized to manufacture motor cars, and our Consul General reports that the Indian government is considering the desirability of utilizing motor transport wagons for moving the products of the out-of-the-way districts to market. Special Agent Christ reports to the Department of Commerce and Labor a rapidly increasing use of the horseless vehicle in South Africa, especially in the mining regions; that trains of freight wagons are now being hauled by steam motors over stretches of country where no roads exist, and that the cost of constructing motor roads where they are required is only about 1/8 as much as that of railroads. In the Congo the Belgian government is constructing hundreds of miles of road for the use of the motor, which is to be applied to the transportation of freights. In Java an American horseless vehicle is now being used for the transportation of mails over the country roads. In Japan the experiments with the horseless vehicles have been so successful that a company has recently been organized to build and operate horseless vehicles for a general transportation service to Tokyo, and thence to the surrounding towns. In the Philippines a line of motors is about being put in to carry passengers on certain country roads, pending the completion of the railway, for which contracts have recently been let. A special type of vehicle, made in Paris, has now trains of horseless freight and passenger trucks operating in France, Belgium, Germany, Turkey, Servia, Bulgaria, Algeria, Central Africa, Chile, and Peru. And finally, so confident are those acquainted with the horseless vehicle and its ability to operate in the tropics and the Orient, that a race of motor vehicles from Pekin, China, to Paris, France, a distance of 9,000 miles across the desert and through countries in which the camel is now the chief carrier, has actually taken place, more than a score of vehicles having entered the race. Horseless vehicles may be operated by steam, by gasoline, by alcohol, or by electricity, and the material with which to supply this power is available in tropical as well as temperate zone countries. Today, great steamships are running from Borneo in the tropics to the ports of Western Europe, traveling a distance of 12,000 miles without a single stop, with power generated by liquid fuel drawn from the oil fields of Borneo. while in practically every section of the tropics, except the deserts, are available millions of horsepower in its waterfalls, which may now be utilized, since man has at last learned to transmit that power from the place of production by wire and utilize it for operation of railways, trolley roads, and even horseless vehicles. I know that the query which will arise in your minds will be, how can you successfully and profitably operate horseless freight vehicles in countries where there are no roads, as is the case generally in the tropics and the Orient? To this I reply that if the freight carrying vehicle is supplied, the roads will be constructed. 100 years ago the roads of England were so bad that it took 2 days and 3 nights of incessant travel to go from Manchester to Glasgow. And at the beginning of the last century, the time required for a trip over the bad roads from Philadelphia to Baltimore was often 5 days, or as long as it now takes to cross the continent. The fine roads of Europe and whatever we have of good roads in the United States have come chiefly in the last century, in answer to popular requirements. The feasibility of making and maintaining good roads in the tropics is shown by the fact that India, which had no wagon roads when England assumed control in that country, is now noted for its fine and well-kept roads, aggregating nearly 200,000 miles in length. Give to the tropics and the Orient a vehicle which will do what the horse does in the temperate zone Occident, and the plentiful supply of cheap labor in those countries will make road building a mere incident of the development which will certainly follow. The tropics and the Orient are the great undeveloped sections of the world. Within the tropics are millions of square miles of productive land and billions of dollars worth of products, for which the temperate zones are calling. In the Orient are hundreds of millions of patient workers, and for their products the Occident is increasing its demands. The inability of each of these sections to respond to our demands has been because of the absence of some available method of transportation. Given this facility in the form of the self-propelled vehicle, and with it a reasonable supply of temperate zone energy and capital, and we shall see those countries develop, the iron horse extending his domain further and further into the interior, and coming nearer and nearer to the door of every man, and with it an increased exchange of products, which will develop commerce, geographical knowledge, and general good fellowship between the people of all nations and all lands. End of Queer Methods of Travel, by the Hon. O. P. Austin, from the National Geographic Magazine.
The Red Squirrel, from In New England Fields and Woods, by Roland E. Robinson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red Squirrel. A hawk, flashing the old gold of his pinions in the face of the sun, flings down a shrill, husky cry of intense scorn. A jay scolds like a shrew, from his safe isolation in the midwater. A loon taunts you and the awakening winds with his wild laughter. There is a jeer in the chuckling diminuendo of the woodchuck's whistle, a taunt in the fox's gasping bark as he scurries unseen behind the veil of night, and a scoff on the hunters and hounds and cornfield owners is flung out through the gloaming in the raccoon's quavering cry. But of all the wild world's inhabitants, feathered or furred, none outdo the saucy red squirrel in taunts, jibes, and mockery of their common enemy. He is inspired with derision that is expressed in every tone and gesture. His agile form is vibrant with it. When he flattens himself against a tree trunk, toes and tail quivering with intensity of ridicule, as fully expressed in every motion as in his nasal snicker and throaty chuckle, or in the chattering jeer that he pours down when he has attained a midway or topmost bough, and cocks his tail with a saucy curve above his arched back. When he persistently retires within his wooden tower, he still peers out saucily from his lofty portal, and if he disappears you may yet hear the smothered chuckle wherewith he continues to tickle his ribs. When in a less scornful mood, he is at least supremely indifferent, deigning to regard you with but a corner of an eye while he rasps a nut or chips a cone. Ordinarily you must be philosophical or godly to suffer gibes with equanimity, but you need be neither to endure the scoffs of this buffoon of the woods and waysides. They only amuse you as they do him, and you could forgive these tricks tenfold multiplied if he had no worse, and love him if he were but half as good as he is beautiful. He exasperates when he cuts off your half-grown apples and pears in sheer wantonness, injuring you and profiting himself only in the pleasure of seeing and hearing them fall. But you are heated with a hotter wrath when he reveals his chief wickedness, and you catch sight of him stealthily skulking along the leafy by-paths of the branches, silently intent on evil deeds and plotting the murder of callow innocents. Quite noiseless now, himself, his whereabouts are only indicated by the distressful outcry of the persecuted and sympathizing birds, and the fluttering swoops of their futile attacks upon the marauder. Then, when you see him gliding away, swift and silent as a shadow, bearing a half-naked fledgling in his jaws, if this is the first revelation of such wickedness, you are as painfully surprised as if you had discovered a little child in some wanton act of cruelty. It seems quite out of all fitness of nature that this merry fellow should turn murderer, that this dainty connoisseur of choice nuts and tender buds, and earliest discoverer and taster of the maple sweetness, should become so grossly carnivorous and savagely bloodthirsty. But anon he will cajole you with pretty ways into forgetfulness and forgiveness of his crimes. You find yourself offering, in extenuation of his sins, confession of your own offences. Have you not, too, wrought havoc among harmless broods, and brought sorrow to feathered mothers and woodland homes? Is he worse than you, or are you better than he? Against his sins you set his beauty and tricksy manners, and for them would not banish him out of the world, nor miss the incomparable touch of wild life that his presence gives it. End of The Red Squirrel, by Roland E. Robinson.
Slaves of Fashion, by Oscar Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Leffler Arnim's statement, in a lecture delivered recently at St. Saviour's Hospital, that she had heard of instances where ladies were so determined not to exceed the fashionable measurement that they had actually held on to a crossbar while their maids fastened the 15-inch corset, has excited a good deal of incredulity. But there is nothing really improbable in it. From the 16th century to our own day, there is hardly any form of torture that has not been inflicted on girls and endured by women in obedience to the dictates of an unreasonable and monstrous fashion. In order to obtain a real Spanish figure, says Montaigne, what a Gehenna of suffering will not women endure, drawn in and compressed by great koshas entering the flesh, nay, sometimes they even die thereof. A few days after my arrival at school, Mrs. Somerville tells us in her memoirs, although perfectly straight and well made, I was enclosed in stiff stays, with a steel busk in front, while above my frock bands drew my shoulders back till the shoulder blades met. Then a steel rod with a semicircle, which went under my chin, was clasped to the steel busk in my stays. In this constrained state, I and most of the younger girls had to prepare our lessons. And in the life of Miss Edgeworth we read that, being sent to a certain fashionable establishment, she underwent all the usual tortures of backboards, iron collars, and dumbs, and also, because she was a very tiny person, the unusual one of being hung by the neck to draw out the muscles and increase the growth. A signal failure in her case. Indeed, instances of absolute mutilation and misery are so common in the past that it is unnecessary to multiply them, but it is really sad to think that in our own day a civilized woman can hang on to a crossbar while her maid laces her waist into a 15-inch circle. To begin with, the waist is not a circle at all, but an oval. Nor can there be any greater error than to imagine that an unnaturally small waist gives an air of grace, or even of slightness, to the whole figure. Its effect, as a rule, is simply to exaggerate the width of the shoulders and the hips, and those whose figures possess that stateliness which is called stoutness by the vulgar, convert what is a quality into a defect by yielding to the silly edicts of fashion on the subject of tight lacing. The fashionable English waist, also, is not merely far too small, and consequently quite out of proportion to the rest of the figure, but it is worn far too low down. I use the expression worn advisedly, for a waist nowadays seems to be regarded as an article of apparel to be put on when and where one likes. A long waist always implies shortness of the lower limbs, and from the artistic point of view has the effect of diminishing the height. And I am glad to see that many of the most charming women in Paris are returning to the idea of the directoire style of dress. The style is not by any means perfect, but at least it has the merit of indicating the proper position of the waist. I feel quite sure that all Englishwomen of culture and position will set their faces against such stupid and dangerous practices as are related by Miss Leffler Arnim. Fashion motto is Il faut souffrir pour être belle, but the motto of art and of common sense is Il faut être bête pour souffrir. Talking of fashion, a critic in the Pall Mall Gazette expressed his surprise that I should have allowed an illustration of a hat covered with the bodies of dead birds to appear in the first number of the Woman's World. And as I have received many letters on the subject, it is only right that I should state my exact position in the matter. Fashion is such an essential part of the mundus muliebris of our day that it seems to me absolutely necessary that its growth, development, and phases should be duly chronicled, and the historical and practical value of such a record depends entirely upon its perfect fidelity to fact. Besides, it is quite easy for the children of light to adapt almost any fashionable form of dress to the requirements of utility and the demands of good taste. The Sarah Bernhardt tea-gown, for instance, figured in the present issue, has many good points about it, and the gigantic dress improver does not appear to me to be really essential to the mode. And though the postilion costume of the fancy dress ball is absolutely detestable in its silliness and vulgarity, the so-called late Georgian costume in the same plate is rather pleasing. I must, however, protest against the idea that to chronicle the development of fashion implies any approval of the particular forms that fashion may adopt. End of Slaves of Fashion by Oscar Wilde. Read by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland.
Thoughts on Government, Applicable to the Present State of the American Colonies, by John Adams. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by A Founder's Keeper, the Progressing America Project. Thoughts on Government. My dear Sir, if I was equal to the task of forming a plan for the government of a colony, I should be flattered with your request, and very happy to comply with it, because, as the divine science of politics is the science of social happiness, and the blessings of society depend entirely on the constitutions of government, which are generally institutions that last for many generations, there can be no employment more agreeable to a benevolent mind than a research after the best. Pope flattered tyrants too much when he said, quote, "For forms of government let fools contest, that which is best administered is best." End quote. Nothing can be more fallacious than this. But poets read history to collect flowers, not fruits. They attend to fanciful images, not the effects of social institutions. Nothing is more certain from the history of nations and nature of man, than that some forms of government are better fitted for being well administered than others. We ought to consider what is the end of government, before we determine which is the best form. Upon this point all speculative politicians will agree that the happiness of society is the end of government, as all divines and moral philosophers will agree that the happiness of the individual is the end of man. From this principle it will follow that the form of government which communicates ease, comfort, security, or, in a word, happiness, to the greatest number of persons, and in the greatest degree, is the best. All sober inquirers after truth, ancient and modern, pagan and Christian, have declared that the happiness of man, as well as his dignity, consists in virtue. Confucius, Zoroaster, Socrates, Mohammed, not to mention authorities really sacred, have agreed in this. Is there a form of government, then, whose principle and foundation is virtue? Will not every sober man acknowledge it better calculated to promote the general happiness than any other form? Fear is the foundation of most governments, but it is so sordid and brutal a passion, and renders men in whose breasts it predominates so stupid and miserable, that Americans will not be likely to approve of any political institution which is founded on it. Honor is truly sacred, but holds a lower rank in the scale of moral excellence than virtue. Indeed, the former is but a part of the latter, and consequently has no equal pretensions to support a frame of government productive of human happiness. The foundation of every government is some principle or passion in the minds of the people. The noblest principles and most generous affections in our nature, then, have the fairest chance to support the noblest and most generous models of government. A man must be indifferent to the sneers of modern Englishmen, to mention in their company the names of Sidney, Harrington, Locke, Milton, Needham, Neville, Burnet, and Hoadley. No small fortitude is necessary to confess that one has read them. The wretched condition of this country, however, for 10 or 15 years past, has frequently reminded me of their principles and reasonings. They will convince any candid mind that there is no good government but what is republican. That the only valuable part of the British Constitution is so, because the very definition of a republic is "an empire of laws, and not of men." That, as a republic is the best of governments, so that particular arrangement of the powers of society, or, in other words, that form of government which is best contrived to secure an impartial and exact execution of the laws, is the best of republics. Of republics there is an inexhaustible variety, because the possible combinations of the powers of society are capable of innumerable variations. As good government is an empire of laws, how shall your laws be made? In a large society, inhabiting an extensive country, it is impossible that the whole should assemble to make laws. The first necessary step, then, is to depute power from the many to the few of the most wise and good. But by what rules shall you choose your representatives? Agree upon the number and qualifications of persons who shall have the benefit of choosing, or annex this privilege to the inhabitants of a certain extent of ground. The principal difficulty lies, and the greatest care should be employed, in constituting this representative assembly. It should be, in miniature, an exact portrait of the people at large. It should think, feel, reason, and act like them. That it may be the interest of this assembly to do strict justice at all times, it should be an equal representation, or, in other words, equal interests among the people should have equal interests in it. Great care should be taken to effect this, and to prevent unfair, partial, and corrupt elections. Such regulations, however, may be better made in times of greater tranquility than the present, and they will spring up themselves naturally, when all the powers of government come to be in the hands of the people's friends. At present, it will be safest to proceed in all established modes, to which the people have been familiarized by habit. A representation of the people in one assembly being obtained, a question arises, whether all the powers of government, legislative, executive, and judicial, shall be left in this body. I think a people cannot be long free, nor even happy, whose government is in one assembly. My reasons for this opinion are as follows. 1. A single assembly is liable to all the vices, follies, and frailties of an individual, subject to fits of humor, starts of passion, flights of enthusiasm, partialities, or prejudice, and consequently productive of hasty results and absurd judgments. And all these errors ought to be corrected and defects supplied by some controlling power. 2. A single assembly is apt to be avaricious, and in time will not scruple to exempt itself from burdens, which it will lay, without compunction, on its constituents. 3. A single assembly is apt to grow ambitious, and after a time will not hesitate to vote itself perpetual. This was one fault of the Long Parliament, but more remarkably of Holland, whose assembly first voted themselves from annual to septennial, then for life, and after a course of years, that all vacancies happening by death or otherwise, should be filled by themselves, without any application to constituents at all. 4. A representative assembly, although extremely well qualified, and absolutely necessary, as a branch of the legislative, is unfit to exercise the executive power, for want of two essential properties, secrecy and dispatch. 5. A representative assembly is still less qualified for the judicial power, because it is too numerous, too slow, and too little skilled in the laws. 6. Because a single assembly, possessed of all the powers of government, should make arbitrary laws for their own interest, execute all laws arbitrarily for their own interest, and adjudge all controversies in their own favor. But shall the whole power of legislation rest in one assembly? Most of the foregoing reasons apply equally to prove that the legislative power ought to be more complex, to which we may add, that if the legislative power is wholly in one assembly, and the executive in another, or in a single person, these two powers will oppose and encroach upon each other, until the contest shall end in war, and the whole power, legislative and executive, be usurped by the strongest. The judicial power, in such a case, could not mediate, or hold the balance between the two contending powers, because the legislative would undermine it. And this shows the necessity, too, of giving the executive power a negative upon the legislative, otherwise this will be continually encroaching upon that. To avoid these dangers, let a distinct assembly be constituted, as a mediator between the two extreme branches of the legislature, that which represents the people, and that which is vested with the executive power. Let the representative assembly then elect by ballot, from among themselves or their constituents, or both, a distinct assembly, which, for the sake of perspicuity, we will call a council. It may consist of any number you please, say 20 or 30, and should have a free and independent exercise of its judgment, and consequently a negative voice in the legislature. These two bodies thus constituted, and made integral parts of the legislature, let them unite, and by joint ballot choose a governor, who, after being stripped of most of those badges of domination, called prerogatives, should have a free and independent exercise of his judgment, and be made also an integral part of the legislature. This, I know, is liable to objections, and, if you please, you may make him only president of the council, as in Connecticut. But as the governor is to be invested with the executive power, with consent of council, I think he ought to have a negative upon the legislative. If he is annually elective, as he ought to be, he will always have so much reverence and affection for the people, their representatives and councilors, that, although you give him an independent exercise of his judgment, he will seldom use it in opposition to the two houses, except in cases the public utility, of which would be conspicuous, and some such cases would happen. In the present exigency of American affairs, when, by an act of Parliament, we are put out of the royal protection, and consequently discharged from our allegiance, and it has become necessary to assume government for our immediate security, the governor, lieutenant governor, secretary, treasurer, commissary, and attorney general, should be chosen by joint ballot of both houses. And these, and all other elections, especially of representatives and councilors, should be annual, there not being in the whole circle of the sciences a maxim more infallible than this, "Where annual elections end, there slavery begins." These great men in this respect should be once a year, "like bubbles on the sea of matter born, they rise, they break, and to that sea return." This will teach them the great political virtues of humility, patience, and moderation, without which every man in power becomes a ravenous beast of prey. This mode of constituting the great offices of state will answer very well for the present, but if by experiment it should be found inconvenient, the legislature may, at its leisure, devise other methods of creating them, by elections of the people at large, as in Connecticut, or it may enlarge the term for which they shall be chosen to 7 years, or 3 years, or for life, or make any other alterations which the society shall find productive of its ease, its safety, its freedom, or, in one word, its happiness. A rotation of all offices, as well as of representatives and councilors, has many advocates, and is contended for with many plausible arguments. It would be attended, no doubt, with many advantages, and if the society has a sufficient number of suitable characters to supply the great number of vacancies which would be made by such a rotation, I can see no objection to it. These persons may be allowed to serve for 3 years, and then be excluded for 3 years, or for any longer or shorter term. Any 7 or 9 of the Legislative Council may be made a quorum, for doing business as a Privy Council, to advise the Governor in the exercise of the executive branch of power, and in all acts of the state. The Governor should have the command of the militia and of all your armies. The power of pardons should be with the Governor and Council. Judges, justices, and all other officers, civil and military, should be nominated and appointed by the Governor, with the advice and consent of Council, unless you choose to have a government more popular. If you do, all officers, civil and military, may be chosen by joint ballot of both houses, or, in order to preserve the independence and importance of each house, by ballot of one of those, concurred in by the other. Sheriffs should be chosen by the freeholders of counties, so should registers of deeds, and clerks of counties. All officers should have commissions, under the hand of the Governor and seal of the colony. The dignity and stability of government in all its branches, the morals of the people, and every blessing of society depend so much upon an upright and skillful administration of justice, that the judicial power ought to be distinct from both the legislative and executive, and independent upon both, so that it may be a check upon both, as both should be checks upon that. The judges, therefore, should be always men of learning and experience in the laws, of exemplary morals, great patience, calmness, coolness, and attention. Their minds should not be distracted with jarring interests, they should not be dependent upon any man, or body of men. To these ends, they should hold estates for life in their offices, or, in other words, their commissions should be during good behavior, and their salaries ascertained and established by law. For misbehavior, the grand inquest of the colony, the House of Representatives, should impeach them before the Governor and Council, where they should have time and opportunity to make their defense, but, if convicted, should be removed from their offices, and subjected to such other punishment as shall be thought proper. A militia law, requiring all men, or with very few exceptions besides cases of conscience, to be provided with arms and ammunition, to be trained at certain seasons, and requiring counties, towns, or other small districts to be provided with public stocks of ammunition and entrenching utensils, and with some settled plans for transporting provisions after the militia, when marched to defend their country against sudden invasions, and requiring certain districts to be provided with field pieces, companies of matrosses, and perhaps some regiments of light horse, is always a wise institution and, in the present circumstances of our country, indispensable. Laws for the liberal education of youth, especially of the lower class of people, are so extremely wise and useful that, to a humane and generous mind, no expense for this purpose would be thought extravagant. The very mention of sumptuary laws will excite a smile. Whether our countrymen have wisdom and virtue enough to submit to them, I know not, but the happiness of the people might be greatly promoted by them, and a revenue saved sufficient to carry on this war forever. Frugality is a great revenue, besides curing us of vanities, levities, and fopperies, which are real antidotes to all great, manly, and warlike virtues. But must not all commissions run in the name of a king? No. Why may they not run as thus, "The colony of N.A. to A.B. greeting," and be tested by the Governor? Why may not writs, instead of running in the name of the king, run thus, "The colony of N.A. to the sheriff," etc., and be tested by the Chief Justice? Why may not indictments conclude, "Against the peace of the colony of N.A. and the dignity of the same"? A constitution founded on these principles introduces knowledge among the people, and inspires them with a conscious dignity becoming freemen. A general emulation takes place, which causes humor, sociability, good manners, and good morals to be general. That elevation of sentiment inspired by such a government makes the common people brave and enterprising. That ambition which is inspired by it makes them sober, industrious, and frugal. You will find among them some elegance, perhaps, but more solidity; a little pleasure, but a great deal of business; some politeness, but more civility. If you compare such a country with the regions of domination, whether monarchical or aristocratical, you will fancy yourself in Arcadia or Elysium. If the colonies should assume government separately, they should be left entirely to their own choice of the forms; and if a continental constitution should be formed, it should be a Congress, containing a fair and adequate representation of the colonies, and its authority should sacredly be confined to these cases, namely war, trade, disputes between colony and colony, the post office, and the unappropriated lands of the crown, as they used to be called. These colonies, under such forms of government and in such a union, would be unconquerable by all the monarchies of Europe. You and I, my dear friend, have been sent into life at a time when the greatest lawgivers of antiquity would have wished to live. How few of the human race have ever enjoyed an opportunity of making an election of government, more than of air, soil, or climate, for themselves or their children? When, before the present epoch, had 3 millions of people full power, and a fair opportunity to form and establish the wisest and happiest government that human wisdom can contrive? I hope you will avail yourself and your country of that extensive learning and indefatigable industry which you possess, to assist her in the formation of the happiest governments and the best character of a great people. For myself, I must beg you to keep my name out of sight, for this feeble attempt, if it should be known to be mine, would oblige me to apply to myself those lines of the immortal John Milton in one of his sonnets. I did but prompt the age to quit their clogs, by the known rules of ancient liberty, when straight a barbarous noise environs me, of owls and cuckoos, asses, apes, and dogs. End of Thoughts on Government, by John Adams.
The Virgin of Guadalupe by Langston Hughes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. After the coming of the Spaniards, who brought priests and missionaries as well as soldiers to conquer Mexico, most of the subdued Indians were converted to the faith of the Catholics. The ancient Indian temples to barbaric gods were torn down by the Europeans, who built new Christian churches in their stead. Thus it came about that the brown men learned to worship the saints and idols brought by the invaders, and so forgot their old gods. One day a pious follower of the Spaniards' faith, Juan Diego by name, was returning from mass across the hill of Guadalupe, when suddenly a veiled figure, all light and beauty, appeared before him. The poor Indian was much astonished and filled with surprise when the woman spoke to him, and commanded in a soft voice that he go to the bishop and tell his Excellence to construct a church on the hill where the figure was standing. This Juan did, or attempted to do, but the bishop's servants, thinking the man a common, ignorant Indian, would not give him admission to the house, so Juan Diego went back. For a second time the vision appeared before him, issuing the same command in her beautiful voice, so the Indian returned in search of the bishop. Each time, however, he was refused an entry, but the vision told him to persevere. Finally, after many days, he was admitted, and the old father asked him what he wished. When Juan Diego told of the beautiful spirit and her message, the bishop could not believe such a tale, and thought perhaps that the poor fellow was demented. At last he told the Indian that he would have to bring some sign or token of proof in support of his strange words. Once more the man returned to the hill, and there at its foot the bright vision reappeared. Hearing the message that the bishop had sent, she said, "Pluck those flowers there at your feet." But Juan Diego, standing on the bare and rocky earth, asked, "What flowers?" Then suddenly, looking down, he saw the ground covered with white blossoms, which he began to pick, and with which he filled his small woven tilma, or mantle, used to wrap about his shoulders on cold mornings. Then he went to the bishop and said, "Here is your sign." Opening the mantle, the white flowers rolled out at their feet. The bishop looked, but still more marvelous than the flowers, the surprised priest saw, painted on the mantle where the blossoms had been, the figure of the Virgin surrounded by a halo of light. "This," he said, "is surely the proof." So they proceeded to erect the church on the top of the hill. Later a magnificent cathedral was built at its foot, where the tilma bearing the picture of the Virgin is preserved to this day. Above the altar, and on the spot where the vision first appeared, a spring of water gushed forth, and is now covered by a pretty shrine where people may stop to drink. Once a year a great fiesta is held in honor of this patron saint of Mexico, and many people come from far away to visit her. Any day when one cares to take a trip out to the stately church where she is housed near Mexico City, her faithful worshipers may be seen going on their knees the long distance from the outside door to the high altar, carrying white candles in their hands, crawling up to place them before her, La Virgen de Guadalupe, whose name is known and loved by all Mexico. End of The Virgin of Guadalupe, by Langston Hughes.
What I Saw of Shiloh, by Ambrose Bierce. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. 1. This is a simple story of a battle. Such a tale as may be told by a soldier who is no writer, to a reader who is no soldier. The morning of Sunday, the 6th day of April, 1862, was bright and warm. Reveille had been sounded rather late, for the troops, wearied with long marching, were to have a day of rest. The men were idling about the embers of their bivouac fires, some preparing breakfast, others looking carelessly to the condition of their arms and accoutrements, against the inevitable inspection. Still others were chatting with indolent dogmatism on that never-failing theme, the end and object of the campaign. Sentinels paced up and down the confused front with a lounging freedom of mien and stride that would not have been tolerated at another time. A few of them limped unsoldierly in deference to blistered feet. At a little distance, in rear of the stacked arms, were a few tents, out of which frowsy-headed officers occasionally peered, languidly calling to their servants to fetch a basin of water, dust a coat, or polish a scabbard. Trim young mounted orderlies, bearing dispatches obviously unimportant, urged their lazy nags by devious ways amongst the men, enduring with unconcern their good-humored raillery, the penalty of superior station. Little negroes of not very clearly defined status and function lolled on their stomachs, kicking their long bare heels in the sunshine, or slumbered peacefully, unaware of the practical waggery prepared by white hands for their undoing. Presently the flag, hanging limp and lifeless at headquarters, was seen to lift itself spiritedly from the staff. At the same instant was heard a dull, distant sound like the heavy breathing of some great animal below the horizon. The flag had lifted its head to listen. There was a momentary lull in the hum of the human swarm. Then, as the flag drooped, the hush passed away. But there were some hundreds more men on their feet than before, some thousands of hearts beating with a quicker pulse. Again the flag made a warning sign, and again the breeze bore to our ears the long, deep sighing of iron lungs. The division, as if it had received the sharp word of command, sprang to its feet and stood in groups at attention, Even the little blacks got up. I have since seen similar effects produced by earthquakes. I am not sure, but the ground was trembling then. The mess cooks, wise in their generation, lifted the steaming camp kettles off the fire and stood by to cast out. The mounted orderlies had somehow disappeared. Officers came ducking from beneath their tents and gathered in groups. Headquarters had become a swarming hive. The sound of the great guns now came in regular throbbings, the strong, full pulse of the fever of battle. The flag flapped excitedly, shaking out its blazonry of stars and stripes with a sort of fierce delight. Toward the knot of officers in its shadow, dashed from somewhere, he seemed to have burst out of the ground in a cloud of dust, a mounted aide-de-camp, and on the instant rose the sharp, clear notes of a bugle, caught up and repeated, and passed on by other bugles, until the level reaches of brown fields, the line of woods trending away to far hills, and the unseen valleys beyond were telling of the sound, the farther, fainter strains half drowned in ringing cheers as the men ran to range themselves behind the stacks of arms. For this call was not the wearisome general before which the tents go down. It was the exhilarating assembly, which goes to the heart as wine and stirs the blood like the kisses of a beautiful woman. Who that has heard it calling to him above the grumble of great guns can forget the wild intoxication of its music? 2. The Confederate forces in Kentucky and Tennessee had suffered a series of reverses, culminating in the loss of Nashville. The blow was severe. Immense quantities of war material had fallen to the victor, together with all the important strategic points. General Johnson withdrew Beauregard's army to Corinth in northern Mississippi, where he hoped so to recruit and equip it as to enable it to assume the offensive and retake the lost territory. The town of Corinth was a wretched place, the capital of a swamp. It is a 2 days' march west of the Tennessee River, which here and for 150 miles farther, to where it falls into the Ohio at Paducah, runs nearly north. It is navigable to this point, that is to say to Pittsburgh Landing, where Corinth got to it by a road worn through a thickly wooded country seamed with ravines and bayous, rising nobody knows where, and running into the river under sylvan arches heavily draped with Spanish moss. In some places they were obstructed by fallen trees. The Corinth Road was at certain seasons a branch of the Tennessee River. Its mouth was Pittsburgh Landing. Here in 1862 were some fields and a house or two. Now there are a national cemetery and other improvements. It was at Pittsburgh Landing that Grant established his army, with a river in his rear and 2 toy steamboats as a means of communication with the east side, whither General Buell with 30,000 men was moving from Nashville to join him. The question has been asked, why did General Grant occupy the enemy's side of the river in the face of a superior force before the arrival of Buell? Buell had a long way to come. Perhaps Grant was weary of waiting. Certainly Johnson was, for in the gray of the morning of April 6th, when Buell's leading division was on bivouac near the little town of Savannah, 8 or 10 miles below, the Confederate forces, having moved out of Corinth 2 days before, fell upon Grant's advance brigades and destroyed them. Grant was at Savannah, but hastened to the landing in time to find his camps in the hands of the enemy, and the remnants of his beaten army cooped up with an impassable river at their backs for moral support. I have related how the news of this affair came to us at Savannah. It came on the wind, a messenger that does not bear copious details. 3. On the side of the Tennessee River over against Pittsburgh Landing are some low, bare hills, partly enclosed by a forest. In the dusk of the evening of April 6, this open space, as seen from the other side of the stream, whence indeed it was anxiously watched by thousands of eyes, to many of which it grew dark long before the sun went down, would have appeared to have been ruled in long dark lines, with new lines being constantly drawn across. These lines were the regiments of Buell's leading division, which, having moved up from Savannah through a country presenting nothing but interminable swamps and pathless bottomlands, with rank overgrowths of jungle, was arriving at the scene of action breathless, footsore, and faint with hunger. It had been a terrible race. Some regiments had lost a third of their number from fatigue, the men dropping from the ranks as if shot, and left to recover or die at their leisure. Nor was the scene to which they had been invited likely to inspire the moral confidence that medicines physical fatigue. True, the air was full of thunder, and the earth was trembling beneath their feet, and if there is truth in the theory of the conversion of force, these men were storing up energy from every shock that burst its waves upon their bodies. Perhaps this theory may better than another explain the tremendous endurance of men in battle, but the eyes reported only matter for despair. Before us ran the turbulent river, vexed with plunging shells and obscured in spots by blue sheets of low-lying smoke. The two little steamers were doing their duty well. They came over to us empty and went back crowded, sitting very low in the water, apparently on the point of capsizing. The farther edge of the water could not be seen. The boats came out of the obscurity, took on their passengers, and vanished in the darkness. But on the heights above, the battle was burning brightly enough. 1,000 lights kindled and expired in every second of time. There were broad flushings in the sky, against which the branches of the trees showed black. Sudden flames burst out here and there, singly and in dozens. Fleeting streaks of fire crossed over to us by way of welcome. These expired in blinding flashes and fierce little rolls of smoke, attended with a peculiar metallic ring of bursting shells, and followed by the musical humming of the fragments as they struck into the ground on every side, making us wince, but doing little harm. The air was full of noises. To the right and the left the musketry rattled smartly and petulantly. Directly in front it sighed and growled. To the experienced ear this meant that the death line was an arc of which the river was the chord. There were deep, shaking explosions and smart shocks, the whisper of stray bullets and the hurtle of conical shells, the rush of round shot. There were faint, desultory cheers such as announce a momentary or partial triumph. Occasionally, against the glare behind the trees, could be seen moving black figures, singularly distinct, but apparently no longer than a thumb. They seemed to me ludicrously like the figures of demons in old allegorical prints of hell. To destroy these and all their belongings, the enemy needed but another hour of daylight. The steamers in that case would have been doing him fine service by bringing more fish to his net. Those of us who had the good fortune to arrive late could then have eaten our teeth in impotent rage. Nay, to make his victory sure, it did not need that the sun should pause in the heavens. One of the many random shots falling into the river would have done the business had chance directed it to the engine-room of a steamer. You can perhaps fancy the anxiety with which we watched them leaping down. But we had two other allies besides the night. Just where the enemy had pushed his right flank to the river was the mouth of a wide bayou, and here 2 gunboats had taken station. They, too, were of the toy sort, plated perhaps with railway metals, perhaps with boiler iron. They staggered under a heavy gun or 2 each. The bayou made an opening in the high bank of the river. The bank was a parapet, behind which the gunboats crouched, firing up the bayou as through an embrasure. The enemy was at this disadvantage. He could not get at the gunboats, and he could advance only by exposing his flank to their ponderous missiles, one of which would have broken a half-mile of his bones and made nothing of it. Very annoying this must have been, these 20 gunners beating back an army, because a sluggish creek had been pleased to fall into a river at one point rather than another. Such is the part that accident may play in the game of war. As a spectacle, this was rather fine. We could just discern the black bodies of these boats looking very much like turtles. But when they let off their big guns, there was a conflagration. The river shuddered in its banks and hurried on, bloody, wounded, terrified. Objects a mile away sprang toward our eyes, as a snake strikes at the face of its victim. The report stung us to the brain, but we blessed it audibly. Then we could hear the great shell tearing away through the air until the sound died out in the distance. Then a surprisingly long time afterward, a dull, distant explosion and a sudden silence of small arms told their own tale. 4. There was, I remember, no elephant on the boat that passed us across that evening, nor, I think, any hippopotamus. These would have been out of place. We had, however, a woman. Whether the baby was somewhere on board I did not learn. She was a fine creature, this woman, somebody's wife. Her mission, as she understood it, was to inspire the failing heart with courage, and when she selected mine, I felt less flattered by her preference than astonished by her penetration. How did she learn? She stood on the upper deck with the red blaze of battle bathing her beautiful face, the twinkle of 1,000 rifles mirrored in her eyes, and displaying a small ivory-handled pistol. She told me in a sentence punctuated by the thunder of great guns that if it came to the worst, she would do her duty like a man. I am proud to remember that I took off my hat to this little fool. 5. Along the sheltered strip of beach between the river bank and the water was a confused mass of humanity, several thousands of men. They were mostly unarmed. Many were wounded, some dead. All the camp-following tribes were there, all the cowards, a few officers. Not one of them knew where his regiment was, nor if he had a regiment. Many had not. These men were defeated, beaten, cowed. They were deaf to duty and dead to shame. A more demented crew never drifted to the rear of broken battalions. They would have stood in their tracks and been shot down to a man by a provost-marshal's guard, but they could not have been urged up that bank. An army's bravest men are its cowards. The death which they would not meet at the hands of the enemy, they will meet at the hands of their officers, with never a flinching. Whenever a steamboat would land, this abominable mob had to be kept off her with bayonets. When she pulled away, they sprang on her and were pushed by scores into the water, where they were suffered to drown one another in their own way. The men disembarking insulted them, shoved them, struck them. In return, they expressed their unholy delight in the certainty of our destruction by the enemy. By the time my regiment had reached the plateau, night had put an end to the struggle. A sputter of rifles would break out now and then, followed perhaps by a spiritless hurrah. Occasionally a shell from a faraway battery would come pitching down somewhere near with a whir crescendo, or flit above our heads with a whisper like that made by the wings of a night bird, to smother itself in the river. But there was no more fighting. The gunboats, however, blazed away at set intervals all night long, just to make the enemy uncomfortable and break him of his rest. For us there was no rest. Foot by foot we moved through the dusky fields, we knew not whither. There were men all about us, but no campfires. To have made a blaze would have been madness. The men were of strange regiments. They mentioned the names of unknown generals. They gathered in groups by the wayside, asking eagerly our numbers. They recounted the depressing incidents of the day. A thoughtful officer shut their mouths with a sharp word as he passed. A wise one, coming after, encouraged them to repeat their doleful tale all along the line. Hidden in hollows and behind clumps of rank brambles were large tents, dimly lighted with candles, but looking comfortable. The kind of comfort they supplied was indicated by pairs of men entering and reappearing bearing litters, by low moans from within, and by long rows of dead with covered faces outside. These tents were constantly receiving the wounded, yet were never full. They were constantly ejecting the dead, yet were never empty. It was as if the helpless had been carried in and murdered, that they might not hamper those whose business it was to fall tomorrow. The night was now black dark. As is usual after a battle, it had begun to rain. Still we moved. We were being put into position by somebody. Inch by inch we crept along, treading on one another's heels by way of keeping together. Commands were passed along the line in whispers. More commonly, none were given. When the men had pressed so closely together that they could advance no farther, they stood stock still, sheltering the locks of their rifles with their ponchos. In this position many fell asleep. When those in front suddenly stepped away, those in the rear, roused by the tramping, hastened after with such zeal that the line was soon choked again. Evidently the head of the division was being piloted at a snail's pace by someone who did not feel sure of his ground. Very often we struck our feet against the dead, more frequently against those who still had spirit enough to resent it with a moan. These were lifted carefully to one side and abandoned. Some had sense enough to ask in their weak way for water. Absurd! Their clothes were soaken, their hair dank, their white faces, dimly discernible, were clammy and cold. Besides, none of us had any water. There was plenty coming, though, for before midnight a thunderstorm broke upon us with great violence. The rain, which had for hours been a dull drizzle, fell with a copiousness that stifled us. We moved in running water up to our ankles. Happily we were in a forest of great trees, heavily decorated with Spanish moss, or with an enemy standing to his guns, the disclosures of the lightning might have been inconvenient. As it was, the incessant blaze enabled us to consult our watches, and encouraged us by displaying our numbers. Our black, sinuous line, creeping like a giant serpent beneath the trees, was apparently interminable. I am almost ashamed to say how sweet I found the companionship of those coarse men. So the long night wore away, and as the glimmer of morning crept in through the forest, we found ourselves in a more open country. But where? Not a sign of battle was here. The trees were neither splintered nor scarred, the underbrush was unmown, the ground had no footprints but our own. It was as if we had broken into glades sacred to eternal silence. I should not have been surprised to see sleek leopards come fawning about our feet, and milk-white deer confront us with human eyes. A few inaudible commands from an invisible leader had placed us in order of battle. But where was the enemy? Where, too, were the riddled regiments that we had come to save? Had our other divisions arrived during the night and passed the river to assist us? Or were we to oppose our paltry 5,000 breasts to an enemy flushed with victory? What protected our right? Who lay upon our left? Was there really anything in our front? There came, borne to us on the raw morning air, the long, weird note of a bugle. It was directly before us. It rose with a low, clear, deliberate warble, and seemed to float in the gray sky like the note of a lark. The bugle calls of the Federal and the Confederate armies were the same. It was the assembly. As it died away, I observed that the atmosphere had suffered a change. Despite the equilibrium established by the storm, it was electric. Wings were growing on blistered feet, bruised muscles and jolted bones, shoulders pounded by the cruel knapsack, eyelids leaden from lack of sleep. All were pervaded by the subtle fluid. All were unconscious of their clay. The men thrust forward their heads, extended their eyes, and clenched their teeth. They breathed hard, as if throttled by tugging at the leash. If you had laid your hand in the beard or hair of one of these men, it would have crackled and shot sparks. 6. I suppose the country lying between Corinth and Pittsburgh Landing could boast a few inhabitants other than alligators. What manner of people they were it is impossible to say, inasmuch as the fighting dispersed or perhaps exterminated them. Perhaps, in merely classing them as non-saurian, I shall describe them with sufficient particularity, and at the same time avert from myself the natural suspicion attaching to a writer who points out to persons who do not know him the peculiarities of persons whom he does not know. One thing, however, I hope I may without offense affirm of these swamp dwellers. They were pious. To what deity their veneration was given, whether like the Egyptians they worshipped the crocodile, or like other Americans adored themselves, I do not presume to guess. But whoever or whatever may have been the divinity whose ends they shaped, unto him or it they had builded a temple. This humble edifice, centrally situated in the heart of a solitude, and conveniently accessible to the super-sylvan crow, had been christened Shiloh Chapel, whence the name of the battle. The fact of a Christian church, assuming it to have been a Christian church, giving name to a wholesale cutting of Christian throats by Christian hands, need not be dwelt on here. The frequency of its recurrence in the history of our species has somewhat abated the moral interest that would otherwise attach to it. 7. Owing to the darkness, the storm, and the absence of a road, it had been impossible to move the artillery from the open ground about the landing. The privation was much greater in a moral than in a material sense. The infantry soldier feels a confidence in this cumbrous arm quite unwarranted by its actual achievements in thinning out the opposition. There is something that inspires confidence in the way a gun dashes up to the front, shoving 50 or 100 men to one side, as if it said, "Permit me." Then it squares its shoulders, calmly dislocates a joint in its back, sends away its 24 legs, and settles down with a quiet rattle which says as plainly as possible, "I've come to stay." There is a superb scorn in its grimly defiant attitude, with its nose in the air. It appears not so much to threaten the enemy as to deride him. Our batteries were probably toiling after us somewhere. We could only hope the enemy might delay his attack until they should arrive. "He may delay his defense if he like," said a sententious young officer to whom I'd imparted this natural wish. He had read the signs aright. The words were hardly spoken when a group of staff officers around the brigade commander shot away in divergent lines as if scattered by a whirlwind, and galloping each to the commander of a regiment, gave the word. There was a momentary confusion of tongues. A thin line of skirmishers detached itself from the compact front and pushed forward, followed by its diminutive reserves of half a company each, one of which platoons it was my fortune to command. When the straggling line of skirmishers had swept 400 or 500 yards ahead, "See," said one of my comrades, "she moves." She did indeed, and in fine style, her front as straight as a string, her reserve regiments and columns doubled on the center, following in true subordination. No braying of brass to apprise the enemy, no fifing and drumming to amuse him, no ostentation of gaudy flags, no nonsense. This was a matter of business. In a few moments we had passed out of the singular oasis that had so marvelously escaped the desolation of battle, and now the evidences of the previous day's struggle were present in profusion. The ground was tolerably level here, the forest less dense, mostly clear of undergrowth, and occasionally opening out into small natural meadows. Here and there were small pools, mere discs of rainwater with a tinge of blood. Riven and torn with cannon shot, the trunks of the trees protruded bunches of splinters like hands, the fingers above the wound interlacing with those below. Large branches had been lopped, and hung their green heads to the ground, or swung critically in their netting of vines as in a hammock. Many had been cut clean off, and their masses of foliage seriously impeded the progress of the troops. The bark of these trees, from the root upward to a height of 10 or 20 feet, was so thickly pierced with bullets and grape that one could not have laid a hand on it without covering several punctures. None had escaped. How the human body survives a storm like this must be explained by the fact that it is exposed to it but for a few moments at a time, whereas these grand old trees had had no one to take their places from the rising to the going down of the sun. Angular bits of iron, concavo, convex, sticking in the sides of muddy depressions, showed where shells had exploded in their furrows. Knapsacks, canteens, haversacks distended with soaken and swollen biscuits, gaping to disgorge, blankets beaten into the soil by the rain, rifles with bent barrels or splintered stocks, waist belts, hats, and the omnipresent sardine box, all the wretched debris of the battle, still littered the spongy earth as far as one could see in every direction. Dead horses were everywhere. A few disabled caissons, or limbers, reclining on one elbow, as it were. Ammunition wagons standing disconsolate behind 4 or 6 sprawling mules. Men? There were men enough. All dead, apparently, except one, who lay near where I had halted my platoon to await the slower movement of the line. A Federal sergeant, variously hurt, who had been a fine giant in his time. He lay face upward, taking in his breath in convulsive, rattling snorts, and blowing it out in sputters of froth, which crawled creamily down his cheeks, piling itself alongside his neck and ears. A bullet had clipped a groove in his skull, above the temple. From this, the brain protruded in bosses, dropping off in flakes and strings. I had not previously known one could get on even in this unsatisfactory fashion, with so little brain. One of my men, whom I knew for a womanish fellow, asked if he should put his bayonet through him. Inexpressibly shocked by the cold-blooded proposal, I told him I thought not. It was unusual, and too many were looking. 8. It was plain that the enemy had retreated to Corinth. The arrival of our fresh troops and their successful passage of the river had disheartened him. 3 or 4 of his gray cavalry vedettes moving amongst the trees on the crest of a hill in our front and galloping out of sight at the crack of our skirmishers' rifles confirmed us in the belief. An army face to face with its enemy does not employ cavalry to watch its front. True, they might be a general and his staff. Crowning this rise, we found a level field, 1/4 of a mile in width. Beyond it, a gentle acclivity, covered with an undergrowth of young oaks, impervious to sight. We pushed on into the open, but the division halted at the edge. Having orders to conform to its movements, we halted too, but that did not suit. We received an intimation to proceed. I had performed this sort of service before, and in the exercise of my discretion deployed my platoon, pushing it forward at a run with trailed arms to strengthen the skirmish line, which I overtook some 30 or 40 yards from the wood. Then, I can't describe it, the forest seemed all at once to flame up and disappear with a crash like that of a great wave upon the beach, a crash that expired in hot hissings and the sickening splat of lead against flesh. A dozen of my brave fellows tumbled over like tenpins. Some struggled to their feet only to go down again and yet again. Those who stood fired into the smoking brush and doggedly retired. We had expected to find at most a line of skirmishers similar to our own. It was with a view to overcoming them by a sudden coup at the moment of collision that I had thrown forward my little reserve. What we had found was a line of battle, coolly holding its fire until it could count our teeth. There was no more to be done but get back across the open ground, every superficial yard of which was throwing up its little jet of mud provoked by an impinging bullet. We got back, most of us, and I shall never forget the ludicrous incident of a young officer who had taken part in the affair walking up to his colonel, who had been a calm and apparently impartial spectator, and gravely reporting, "The enemy is in force just beyond this field, sir." 9. In subordination to the design of this narrative, as defined by its title, the incidents related necessarily group themselves about my own personality as a center. And as this center, during the few terrible hours of the engagement, maintained a variably constant relation to the open field already mentioned, it is important that the reader should bear in mind the topographical and tactical features of the local situation. The hither side of the field was occupied by the front of my brigade, a length of 2 regiments in line with proper intervals for field batteries. During the entire fight, the enemy held the slight wooded acclivity beyond. The debatable ground to the right and left of the open was broken and thickly wooded for miles, in some places quite inaccessible to artillery, and at very few points offering opportunities for its successful employment. As a consequence of this, the 2 sides of the field were soon studded thickly with confronting guns, which flamed away at one another with amazing zeal and rather startling effect. Of course, an infantry attack delivered from either side was not to be thought of when the covered flanks offered inducements so unquestionably superior, and I believe the riddled bodies of my poor skirmishers were the only ones left on this neutral ground that day. But there was a very pretty line of dead continually growing in our rear, and doubtless the enemy had at his back a similar encouragement. The configuration of the ground offered us no protection. By lying flat on our faces between the guns, we were screened from view by a straggling row of brambles, which marked the course of an obsolete fence. But the enemy's grape was sharper than his eyes, and it was poor consolation to know that his gunners could not see what they were doing so long as they did it. The shock of our own pieces nearly deafened us, but in the brief intervals we could hear the battle roaring and stammering in the dark reaches of the forest to the right and left, where our other divisions were dashing themselves again and again into the smoking jungle. What would we not have given to join them in their brave, hopeless task? But to lie inglorious, beneath showers of shrapnel, darting divergent from the unassailable sky, meekly to be blown out of life by level gusts of grape, to clench our teeth and shrink helpless before big shot pushing noisily through the consenting air, This was horrible. "Lie down there," Captain would shout, and then get up himself to see that his order was obeyed. "Captain, take cover, sir," the lieutenant colonel would shriek, pacing up and down in the most exposed position that he could find. Oh, those cursed guns! Not the enemy's, but our own. Had it not been for them, we might have died like men. They must be supported, forsooth, the feeble, boasting bullies. It was impossible to conceive that these pieces were doing the enemy as excellent a mischief as his were doing us. They seemed to raise their cloud by day solely to direct aright the streaming procession of Confederate missiles. They no longer inspired confidence, but begot apprehension. And it was with grim satisfaction that I saw the carriage of one and another smashed into matchwood by a whooping shot and bundled out of the line. 10. The dense forests, wholly or partly, in which were fought so many battles of the Civil War, lay upon the earth in each autumn a thick deposit of dead leaves and stems, the decay of which forms a soil of surprising depth and richness. In dry weather the upper stratum is as inflammable as tinder. A fire once kindled in it will spread with a slow, persistent advance as far as local conditions permit, leaving a bed of light ashes beneath which the less combustible accretions of previous years will smolder until extinguished by rains. In many of the engagements of the war, the fallen leaves took fire and roasted the fallen men. At Shiloh, during the first day's fighting, wide tracts of woodland were burned over in this way, and scores of wounded who might have recovered perished in slow torture. I remember a deep ravine, a little to the left and rear of the field I have described, in which by some mad freak of heroic incompetence a part of an Illinois regiment had been surrounded, and, refusing to surrender, was destroyed, as it very well deserved. My regiment, having at last been relieved at the guns and moved over to the heights above this ravine for no obvious purpose, I obtained leave to go down into the valley of death and gratify a reprehensible curiosity. Forbidding enough it was in every way. The fire had swept every superficial foot of it, and at every step I sank into ashes to the ankle. It had contained a thick undergrowth of young saplings, every one of which had been severed by a bullet, the foliage of the prostrate tops being afterward burnt and the stumps charred. Death had put his sickle into this thicket, and fire had gleaned the field. Along a line which was not that of extreme depression, but was at every point significantly equidistant from the heights on either hand, lay the bodies, half buried in ashes, some in the unlovely looseness of attitude denoting sudden death by the bullet, but by far the greater number in postures of agony that told of the tormenting flame. Their clothing was half burnt away, their hair and beard entirely. The rain had come too late to save their nails. Some were swollen to double girth, others shriveled to mannikins. According to the degree of exposure, their faces were bloated and black, or yellow and shrunken. The contraction of muscles which had given them claws for hands had cursed each countenance with a hideous grin. Ah! I cannot catalogue the charms of these gallant gentlemen, who had got what they enlisted for. 11. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and raining. For 15 hours we had been wet to the skin. Chilled, sleepy, hungry, and disappointed, profoundly disgusted with the inglorious part to which they had been condemned, the men of my regiment did everything doggedly. The spirit had gone quite out of them. Blue sheets of powder smoke drifting amongst the trees, settling against the hillsides, and beaten into nothingness by the falling rain, filled the air with their peculiar pungent odor, but it no longer stimulated. For miles on either hand could be heard the hoarse murmur of the battle, breaking out nearby with frightful distinctness, or sinking to a murmur in the distance, and the one sound aroused no more attention than the other. We had been placed again in rear of those guns, but even they and their iron antagonists seemed to have tired of their feud, pounding away at one another with amiable infrequency. The right of the regiment extended a little beyond the field. On the prolongation of the line in that direction were some regiments of another division, with one in reserve. A third of a mile back lay the remnant of somebody's brigade looking to its wounds. The line of forest bounding this end of the field stretched as straight as a wall from the right of my regiment to heaven knows what regiment of the enemy. There suddenly appeared, marching down this wall, not more than 200 yards in our front, a dozen files of gray-clad men with rifles on the right shoulder. At an interval of 50 yards they were followed by perhaps half as many more, and in fair supporting distance of these stalked with confident mien a single man. There seemed to me something indescribably ludicrous in the advance of this handful of men upon an army, albeit with their left flank protected by a forest. It does not so impress me now. They were the exposed flanks of 3 lines of infantry, each half a mile in length. In a moment our gunners had grappled with the nearest pieces, swung them half round, and were pouring streams of canister into the invaded wood. The infantry rose in masses, springing into line. Our threatened regiments stood like a wall, their loaded rifles at ready, their bayonets hanging quietly in the scabbards. The right wing of my own regiment was thrown slightly backward to threaten the flank of the assault. The battered brigade away to the rear pulled itself together. Then the storm burst. A great gray cloud seemed to spring out of the forest into the faces of the waiting battalions. It was received with a crash that made the very trees turn up their leaves. For one instant the assailants paused above their dead, then struggled forward, their bayonets glittering in the eyes that shone behind the smoke. One moment, and those unmoved men in blue would be impaled. What were they about? Why did they not fix bayonets? Were they stunned by their own volley? Their inaction was maddening. Another tremendous crash. The rear rank had fired. Humanity, thank heaven, is not made for this, and the shattered gray mass drew back a score of paces, opening a feeble fire. Lead had scored its old-time victory over steel. The heroic had broken its great heart against the commonplace. There are those who say that it is sometimes otherwise. All this had taken but a minute of time, and now the second Confederate line swept down and poured in its fire. The line of blue staggered and gave way. In these 2 terrific volleys it seemed to have quite poured out its spirit. To this deadly work our reserve regiment now came up with a run. It was surprising to see it spitting fire with never a sound, for such was the infernal din that the ear could take in no more. This fearful scene was enacted within 50 paces of our toes, but we were rooted to the ground as if we had grown there. But now our commanding officer rode from behind us to the front, waved his hand with a courteous gesture that says, "Après vous," and with a barely audible cheer we sprang into the fight. Again the smoking front of gray receded, and again, as the enemy's third line emerged from its leafy covert, it pushed forward across the piles of dead and wounded to threaten with protruded steel. Never was seen so striking a proof of the paramount importance of numbers. Within an area of 300 yards by 50 there struggled for front places no fewer than 6 regiments, and the accession of each, after the first collision, had it not been immediately counterposed, would have turned the scale. As matters stood, we were now very evenly matched, and how long we might have held out God only knows, but all at once something appeared to have gone wrong with the enemy's left. Our men had somewhere pierced his line. A moment later his whole front gave way, and springing forward with fixed bayonets, we pushed him in utter confusion back to his original line. Here, among the tents from which Grant's people had been expelled the day before, our broken and disordered regiments inextricably intermingled, and drunken with the wine of triumph, dashed confidently against a pair of trim battalions, provoking a tempest of hissing lead that made us stagger under its very weight. The sharp onset of another against our flank sent us whirling back with fire at our heels and fresh foes in merciless pursuit, who in their turn were broken upon the front of the invalided brigade previously mentioned, which had moved up from the rear to assist us in this lively work. As we rallied to reform behind our beloved guns, and noted the ridiculous brevity of our line, as we sank from sheer fatigue and tried to moderate the terrific thumping of our hearts, as we caught our breath to ask who had seen such and such a comrade, and laughed hysterically at the reply, there swept past us and over us into the open field a long regiment with fixed bayonets and rifles on the right shoulder. Another followed, and another, 2, 3, 4. Heavens! Where do all these men come from, and why did they not come before? How grandly and confidently they go sweeping on like long blue waves of ocean, chasing one another to the cruel rocks. Involuntarily we draw in our weary feet beneath us as we sit, ready to spring up and interpose our breasts, when these gallant lines shall come back to us across the terrible field, and sift brokenly through among the trees with spouting fires at their backs. We still our breathing to catch the full grandeur of the volleys that are to tear them to shreds. Minute after minute passes, and the sound does not come. Then for the first time we note that the silence of the whole region is not comparative, but absolute. Have we become stone deaf? See, here comes a stretcher-bearer, and there a surgeon. Good heavens! A chaplain! The battle was indeed at an end. 12. And this was, oh, so long ago. How they come back to me, dimly and brokenly. But with what a magic spell, those years of youth when I was soldiering. Again I hear the far warble of blown bugles. Again I hear the tall blue smoke of campfires ascending from the dim valleys of Wonderland. There steals upon my sense the ghost of an odor from pines that canopy the ambuscade. I feel upon my cheek the morning mist that shrouds the hostile camp unaware of its doom, and my blood stirs at the ringing rifle shot of the solitary sentinel. Unfamiliar landscapes, glittering with sunshine or sullen with rain, come to me, demanding recognition, pass, vanish, and give place to others. Here in the night stretches a wide and blasted field, studded with half-extinct fires burning redly, with I know not what presage of evil. Again I shudder as I note its desolation and its awful silence. Where was it? To what monstrous inharmony of death was it the visible prelude? O days when all the world was beautiful and strange, when unfamiliar constellations burned in the southern midnights, and the mockingbird poured out his heart in the moon-gilded magnolia, when there was something new under a new sun. Will your fine, far memories ever cease to lay contrasting pictures athwart the harsher features of this later world, accentuating the ugliness of the longer and tamer life? Is it not strange that the phantoms of a blood-stained period have so airy a grace and look with so tender eyes? That I recall with difficulty the danger and death and horrors of the time, and without effort all that was gracious and picturesque. Ah, youth, there is no such wizard as thou. Give me but one touch of thine artist hand upon the dull canvas of the present. Gild for but one moment the drear and sombre scenes of today, and I will willingly surrender another life than the one that I should have thrown away at Shiloh. End of What I Saw of Shiloh by Ambrose Bierce. Read by Winston Tharp.